the earth, let me not say the word, the earth is moving, right? So that means everything is in constant movement. So if you stay, you don't stay in one place. If you stay in one place, you're not developing, you're not staying in one place. You're actually moving backwards because things are moving forward. So you can't say I'm in the same place, right? So self-development for me is critical if you really want to achieve your dreams. You even have to sharpen on the values that you have every point in time. You have to redefine yourself in terms of what values define me, right? And those things come with self-development, right? You also mentioned innovation. Self-development has to be innovative, right? If you say you are going to develop yourself, the way you develop yourself changes with time. And the things you are developing yourself changes with time. So everybody now is speaking AI, AI, AI. That's innovation that you have to plug into it. But for you to plug into it, you are self-developing yourself. So those things go hand in hand. Innovation for me is trying to do things better. There's something I tell my kids every day. Live things better than you met it. So that it becomes a way that you live your life. You can't pass this place now. And somebody says, Augusta just passed this place. See how scattered the place is. Because I've just written my name on the. But if I pass here and I clean it up, they say somebody who passed here. I've left a very strong impression about myself. And that's what innovation is about. About adding value. About doing things better. Getting things done faster, more efficiently. So innovation is very critical in the way I think. I don't like to think in a in a static way. I like to think in, okay, what can we do better? What can we do?
Think ahead.
Not necessarily think, just think differently. Like, okay, this thing now, is there a different way we can do it? I like to surround myself also. I get very excited when I hear big things that people are doing. When I was, the first time I became like a manager for other managers as an area sales manager, right? I used to tell my team that, come on, Omo. They say people should go and sell Omo. You can't sell Omo. What about people who are opening people's head and removing blood clots? Those are big things. What are people are going to the moon? Those are mighty things. So when you think of what people are doing, then you start seeing what you are doing as small compared to what they are doing, and you start challenging yourself. And that's why you have to self-develop. That's why you have to innovate. And then the last one is my very, and you know me, very extremely, extremely dear to my heart is entrepreneurship. Not all of us will be entrepreneurial, because entrepreneurship, I used to think it's anything business. If I sell this cup, you are an entrepreneur. But I think in one of the classes that I had while doing my MBA, they redefined it as, adding value to what so you want to do this cup now, you can't just carry it and sell it. You have to add something on top of it. That's adding, that's you becoming entrepreneurial. So you see how innovation, entrepreneurship, self-development, all of them work hand in hand. So for me, it's good. Not everybody will be an entrepreneur, but you can be entrepreneurial even where you are working. So you can be thinking of what is the best way within a company that I can do something. What is bringing value to this company that I work for? What are the new things that we can do that can help us drive business growth? That way you are actually tuning your brain to think like an entrepreneur.
That's a very good one. And I think that's a concept they call the intrapreneurship.
Yeah.
Yes, practicing entrepreneurship in an organization.
Yes.
So it's a good one, Augusta. Thank you so much for sharing this insight. And viewers, we still have Augusta in the studio. We'll take this very short commercial break, and when we're back, we'll hear more from her. Please stay tuned.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, educative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
So you're welcome back. It has been a very nice session with Augusta, and we still have her on the show. Augusta, you're welcome back.
Thank you so much.
So I'm going to take you straight into the next question, and this has to do with your personal values, your authentic self, and creativity. So I want to find out, how do you maintain a personal style that aligns with your corporate role without losing authenticity, creativity?
Thank you, Olu. I think quite an interesting question. In my mind, the first thing is you have to define what your values are, right? So before you say you're authentic, what makes you authentic, right? If you don't understand that bit, then every other thing is just you are dancing around the circle. If I, as Augusta, does not know what I term as a value, so for me, having or being a very courageous person is a strong value for me. And when I say courageous, in the sense that if I go into a meeting and I have something to say, I will say it irrespective of the fear that I feel, or maybe I might mess somebody up or something. So that for me is a strong value. I also believe in having integrity. So that means if somebody wants me to do something that I do not feel will give me sleep at night, I will not do it. Once I've defined what makes me as an individual authentic, then every other thing I can build on top of it. So that means how I show up is, so I can choose. I'm coming today now. If I were to put on a suit, it will not be my authentic self, because on a regular you will not see me on a suit. You will see me dressed like this. This is my authentic self. This is how I want to show up. However, if I have, to your question, how do you match that to your corporate role? If I'm going for a board meeting, or if I'm going for something external, then I cannot necessarily dress like this. I have to sort of tune myself to the environment that I'm going to meet. So that's how you create that balance. Not necessarily losing yourself, but understanding the audience that you are going to be meeting in the event that you are going, and the role that you also be playing in that event, right? So being a corporate professional does not stop you from being who you are, but it also makes you to know, who am I first, and how do I want to show up in that event, and what is necessary for me, what is required for me, as an individual. And once you can put those things together, it helps you to show up in your best self.
Oh, great one.
Yeah,
great one. And as a woman leading in a very competitive field,
highly competitive,
it can be a Herculean task.
Yes.
I perfectly understand that.
Yeah.
So for you, what are the challenges? What are those major challenges you have faced as a woman, operating in such a highly competitive field? And how has your presence, not just your performance, helped you to navigate these challenges?
Yeah, I think I've been blessed with the company that I work with. I don't think that in the company, in Unilever per se, we sort of create any dichotomy between, oh, you're a man or you're a woman. It's about performance, right? It's about what you bring to the table. So I've not worked in a lot of places, right? So I mentioned only 2 places before I worked in Unilever, and I've worked in Unilever now for about 14 years, right? The environment created in that place encourages you to bring your best self to work, irrespective of your gender, right? And most organizations talk about this gender equality, but not every organization practices it. I can say for Unilever, we practice it. So it's not about your gender, right? It's about what you bring to the table. And the organization creates an environment understanding who the woman is. I mentioned before that when I'm talking about, I have 3 kids, right? And I'll tell a very funny story. My first child, I think I had her in 2014, and I just come back from mat leave, right? So maternity leave was like 4 months, and then in the 11th month, so I just had a child, and then 11th months after, I found out I was pregnant again, right? And I wasn't thinking, in my mind, I was like, I just came back from mat leave, 4 months, and now I want to go for another one, maybe in 9 months' time. And I was, I was crying, I was feeling bad, and I said, who do I talk to? So I went to meet my line manager. I was like, why are you feeling bad? Something this good? No. He encouraged me, through the process. So that's the kind of organization that and nobody will make reference to that fact that, oh, this person just got back, oh, this person's rating should be like this in terms of performance. So it's about the environment that you work. Is it encouraging enough as a woman to help you thrive? I have been blessed to have that kind of environment. So it helps me to manage my home and also manage work and give my best, to those both sides of my life.
I think it's so good to hear this, having superiors that can motivate you, that can support you, that you can, that can give very good advice at such a point, and that is very important.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy for you that you're blessed to be in such, an environment that can encourage you to overcome some more challenges. Yeah,
but if you find that you are not in such a place, you have to choose your battles. What I mean by choosing your battle, as a human being, first of all, you are the machine that does the work. Now, if the machine does not work very well, that means the work cannot be done. So my point is that you prioritize yourself first. So as a woman, let me speak for myself, I don't know, but I know most women will always prioritize family over work, right? So if you are in a place where you are not given the opportunity to, my son has something to do, can I take just a few hours to do it and come back? Or my daughter has a prize giving day, and you're not in that environment that encourages you to play those roles as a woman, to get home early. Then you have to, how will I say, you have to wait. What is my priority, right? Is my priority about having enough money, or my priority about being there for my family? And it can be at a certain stage. Maybe you have younger children, so you have to now make those choices, right? So it's not everybody is blessed to have an environment or a workplace that helps you, manage those two sides of your life. But if you are not in that kind of environment, then you have to make a choice to say, what is priority for me right now, at this time of my life, at this stage of my career? Family, you will never get back the time that you lose. But career, you can manage. You can leave career now, come back in 2 years, 3 years. But every hour, every time you're missing with your kids, you might never be able to get it back.
Good one. Right. Well done. Yeah. It's good to hear that. And this takes me to the next question. And I will be talking about mentors, basically. When you are in a career path, in a very distinct, career path, you have people you look up to.
Yeah.
Some of them mentors. They can be, the same people in the workplace. It could be people that are working outside your territory. So what I want to say basically is, who are those people that you can consider as mentors? And that I'm sure in many ways looking up to them could have helped your leadership success. And what are those lessons, those specific lessons you've learned from them that has helped you to grow to where you are today?
It's a very tough question for me to answer, because really I struggle with mentorship, right? I struggle in looking up to one person to say, but at every point in my life, I've had people that I respected a lot, and I loved the way they had delivered on their job and who they are. So one of my bosses then, Nkechi Omozeji, that's her name. She was my first regional manager, first female regional manager, and she was my line manager. I love the way she led, with this, somebody leads you with love, still scolds you when you don't do the job, but is very interested in your growth, So that was one person at the beginning of my career that I really, really looked up to. As I grew, it's not necessarily any particular figure. Per time, it can be Oprah Winfrey. For me, just looking up Sometimes it can be Michelle Obama. I don't say this person, no, I'm so fixated on what this person is doing. No, for me, it's about, I pick my mentors from books. I pick it from, maybe I go to somewhere, somebody talks about somebody, I go and check the person and see what they've achieved. And so this I find very inspiring. So that is one person I've loved in my career, to say, I like the way she had led. She led very well, not taking away the empathy, but still doing the job. So that's something I keep reflecting, to say, as a leader today, yes, you can still do the job and you can still show care to your people that you are working with. So I would not necessarily have people and names to call, but per time it can be anybody that I just look up to.
Good one. You mentioned the points, and at least you've answered the question in a very good way, because at least one or two ways you picked one or two things from them, which has really helped you to grow.
For me, it's about people who are doing great things, actually. Yes. People who are changing the world. I don't know if I can change the world, but I just know that some people are doing and sometimes they can be very silent. You might not know them. You can just stumble on them and you hear their story and you say, wow, so somebody is doing something this impactful, So those are the kind of people that really, sometimes I can even get excited by a priest. Somebody who is just, I'm living my life for this purpose, and nothing can shake me away from it. Those are the kind of things that inspire me. Maybe not something I can achieve personally, but I love looking at people who achieve such great things.
So how do you balance, fast-paced demands of national sales management with self-expression and wellness?
Okay. So anybody who does sales will know how high pressure it is. And like you said, very, very fast-paced, in the sense that every day comes with its own challenge. So it's almost like you are putting fires every day, right? So for us in sales, you say, I've delivered September, but Q4 is here. So the next day, 1st of October, you're already chasing something in October, right? And you cannot, it's a job that you cannot, being in sales, you can't go home and just be sleeping carelessly. It follows you into your dreams. You are just thinking, how do I meet the numbers? So it's highly pressured, very fast paced. But how I got, I don't want to call it like a light bulb moment, no. Sometime in 2019, I experienced something that actually jerked me out of, fully immersing yourself in a job with your emotions and everything, that it then starts affecting your health, right? So that's why wellness, when you are doing any job, you have to be able to separate your emotions from the job. That at the point where you are doing the job, you give your all, but when you step back to relax, you have to actually relax, because if not, like I mentioned, you are the machine. If the machine is not working properly, you will never bring your best self, and you will never bring the best performance that the company deserves, right? So for me, it's about giving my best while I'm there. But if I have a time to relax and spend time with the people that I love, or do the things that I love, I also give my all to that time, right? I'm still struggling on it. I'm not saying I'm there. Sometimes I'm at home and I'm working. It's not something I would like to leave the office and come home and just chill, right? So I think that we have to be very intentional in that space. What I do is that I don't do everything myself. So you might not find me that during the day, or let me say during the week, I'm the one sweeping my house and cleaning. So I have some things I have contracted out. So if God blesses you and you have the means, you can get a driver. So by the time you're inside the car, you are resting your brain. You have people that clean your house, so that you don't overstretch yourself, because you're not superwoman. So the things that I can get other people to do for me, I make sure that I get those people to do it for me, so that I have enough time for myself. That's how I create that balance. Also, we talk about healthy eating, exercising. I try to infuse it in my busy schedule. Take a walk. Listen to things that excite you. Music. I'm not a TV person. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I read books. I listen to music. I listen to a lot of podcasts, and those things just give me that balance that I require. So in a very high pressure day, once I'm done, when I come home, I know, okay, this thing will not kill me. It won't kill me. Let me just tomorrow again we'll pick it up. So it's about mindset that you have, knowing that if anything happens to you, the job will move. So you first are priority. Focus on that priority, and then every other thing will follow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so good to hear this. Yeah. And I think what you're trying to highlight is it is very important to, take your wellness. You shouldn't take it with levity, basically. At least you should deliver at your job and still make sure that you are in a very good state of mind. Absolutely. Because it is very, very important. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Augusta. So I will ask you this last question, but not least, and it has to do with advice. What we're trying to do is to inspire the young generations that to come. So what advice have you for young professionals, especially women who want to match their personal style with a very huge career growth?
Okay. So I'm just trying to take my time to respond. So I might not speak to everybody, but I think the first thing is to set your mind on where you want to go, right? And then when you set your mind on where you want to go, then you now define, how do I get there? And then every day you are doing something, you are asking yourself, what I'm doing now, does it take me to where I want to go? Not everybody will aspire to lead companies. Not everybody will aspire to own businesses. Some people, and I'm saying in my next life, I just want to be a housewife. I'll just chill. My one is to iron clothes and to take children to school. It's very fine, but you have to define who do I want to be? How do I want to get there? And then every day you are saying, this thing I'm doing now, does it take me to that place? Right? Because if you don't have that sense of clarity, you might be doing so many things, and eventually you see you have born 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and you say, I've just missed, I missed this thing because I didn't know. So I think it's good for young people, especially for women, to define very clearly, what's that thing? What's my North Star? Where am I going to? Once you have that clarity, then you start defining, okay, what values will I carry as I go along? So that every wind will not pull you, right? Because you can say, I want to be the MD of a company, but you don't have values that are defined, and then somebody tells you, come and do this, so that you become this, or come and do that. Because your values are not defined, they can pull you everywhere. So be clear on your destination, be clear on how you will get there, be clear on the things that you require, the tools that will be in your toolbox that will help you as you navigate that journey, right? And give yourself some, breather. Don't put yourself under too much pressure, right? Life is not, if I knew some of the things that I know now, some of the things I did I wouldn't have even, Then pick up skills, right? It's very important for women to have very diverse skills. Don't be too singular or one way in the kind of skills that you have. It can be different things, hand skill, brain skill, anything. Just have different things that can help you build your economy, right? If you have those things, and remember that you're not alone on the journey, get a lot of people to support you. Don't do it in isolation. Don't do it alone. Get people, family members, friends, let them join you on the journey. You can't make it on your own, right? Because you have so many things. A woman has 1 million jobs, but the men, you people cannot relate to it, but a woman is always thinking of so many things at the same time. So if you are the one that wants to do everything, then you will break down, right? But if you have people who are journeying with you, then the load becomes a bit lighter. So those are the few things that I would say. And they are basic things. The thing is that we don't do basic things. There are things that takes you just a few days. You can clearly say, this is what I want to do. They are basic, but just that we don't do basic things. When you do the basic things, set the foundation, then you can rise from there.
Thank you so much, Augusta. Yeah. So it is important for young professionals to have clearly defined purpose, which will, inform the path that they will tread in life.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Augusta. And it's been an amazing session with you. Thanks for making our time to come to Start Success.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate it.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Luole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent. You guys are doing great thing, and you are really, really inspiring us with most of the content you are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things you are turning out. Thank you very much.
Augusta, it's been such a pleasure having you on Start Success. Your story is a reminder that leadership isn't just about what you know or what you do. It is about how you show up. Thank you for inspiring us. And to you watching at home, remember this: how you carry yourself can just be as powerful as what you carry on your CV. Style isn't just surface, it is strategy. Thank you for joining us on Start Success here on the Achievement Channel. Let's continue this important conversation. Follow at the Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for more Start Success updates. Use the hashtag we see possibilities and share your thought with us. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and see you next time.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Teachers World. I'm your host, David Obianyo. Today we have a special guest who is making Nigeria and all of Africa proud. She was recently named the best teacher in Africa by the African Union. But more than the awards, she is known for her hard helping girls, supporting students with disabilities, and teaching us all how to live in peace. Please welcome the amazing Adeola Adefemi.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back. I have with me in the studio the superstar Adeola Adefemi. Trust me when I say she's a superstar. It's good to have you here.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so I have it on good authority that you're not just in the classroom, and that brings us to our topic, teaching beyond the classroom and helping every child succeed. You're also into peace, and that's where your peace podcasting comes into play. So with that, I'm going to ask you, how does this help children in terms of bullying and tension in the classroom?
I like this particular question because I've been asked so many times that why peace podcasting? Why don't you go for symposia, workshops, have conversations with teachers, adults taking over? But the thing about young people, children, they find it easy to work with things that are interactive. And when it has to do with student to students, it's interactive. But when it comes to adults, they see it as a lecture, so they're not always very forthcoming. And we know when it comes to our society, forget about bullying, let's even look at it from a complete side. It is a thing of we're all different and our diversity is very fine. Now, for every classroom, we're a reflection of who we are as a society. We can see this in our classrooms. Students are coming with their diverse, lived experiences. They're coming with their trauma, and they're all different. And we're always very quick to label the students, oh, this annoying boy, this Yoruba girl, this Igbo boy. So we tend to give them these labels. But when it comes to peace podcasting, the students tell their stories. Albeit however, it's very, very discreet. We make sure not everybody can be seen because they're not comfortable. It's about traumatic things. The truth about the issue is that we with this podcast, we can remove the labels and replace them with stories. So you are listening to those kids, you are listening to their stories, they're telling their true stories. So you take away the labels, the unserious boy, the annoying girl, the anti-human being, real human being with real stories, with real problems. And from there, the bullying stops because they get to put themselves in the position of those that are telling those stories. So that's one thing it helps. And it helps with, sorry. And another thing it helps with is empathy.
Empathy, I was going to say that.
Yes, it's deep for the students when they talk about their stories. It's deeper for even the adults around. And when you're talking about things you've experienced as a child in your society, in your community, or you're experiencing right in the classroom, everybody, at that point, people want to empathize with you. Like, they're not looking at it from the angle of, okay, maybe because he's unique in his way, this is his attitude, this is a me problem, or this is a person problem. This time around, you're seeing yourself in these individuals when they tell the stories. And I think the most important one for me, it gives everybody a nuanced understanding of our differences. You know, we are all different. I mean, different in everything. But when the students tell their stories, you get to understand that being quiet doesn't mean arrogance. Being you know, we're quick to label these kids when we're in class, you're teaching, and it's a particular quiet child in your class, and you feel, oh, maybe he's quiet because he doesn't want to talk, because he's rude, is this, is that. I'll give you a very good example. Just recently, one of the schools I'm working with, there was a particular student that was reported, and everybody labeled him as rude. And I kept asking them, what is it about this boy that you see as rude? Now, the problem, before the boy started talking about his issues, I mean, during the podcast, was they felt that, okay, after every offense, you need to apologize by prostrating. I mean, this is a Yoruba culture, and yes, it's in the Yoruba community, but this child is not Yoruba. This child is from the north, and he doesn't see things like that. Before he can apologize to you, he has to feel wronged, or feel that he wasn't wrong. Yeah. Or he was wronged. And it was, the teachers expected him to just apologize, because all the people that offended alongside apologized by prostrating, and the boy didn't. And everybody labeled him as rude. And before we could say Jack Robinson, his name was placed in the black book. And I kept asking, have you asked questions? Before the boy joined, that was the first thing I said, have you asked questions? Have you gotten to know what is wrong, why he did that? Because this is a very brilliant boy. He's represented your school in different competitions. And now you're labeling this boy, and probably you may even ruin his future because you've labeled him as rude and you've placed his name or put his name in the black book. And at the end of the day, the boy was told to write a letter, which he did, and he explained himself that where he comes from, you have to ask questions before you can apologize, because apology for him is deeper than just surface level. And at the end of the day, the teachers were impressed because the letter was very deep, even before the boy was there during the issue. So at the situation, yeah, at the end of the day, they had a change of mind. If I'd not been there, I'm probably sure that boy's name will remain in the black book. So sometimes I think it just gives you a nuanced understanding of our differences, of our diversity, and it's coming from the angle or from the lens of a child. Okay. So also, I think the most important thing is it gives them a voice. The visibility gives them the voice. Like, there's some people that are very quiet. They really do not like talking, not because they don't want to talk, but because they're too shy to talk.
And now, their voice increases their confidence.
I think that's the most important one. One of our students, also from the north, don't know a Nigerian. She had the same issue too for a long time. She would never say anything. And now for the Peace podcast, and it's not just about English. We're not talking about English. You can say it in your language, and there'll be someone there to translate. So you can do it in Hausa. We usually do Pidgin, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo sometimes, because we don't have an interpreter for the Igbo. So we do more for Pidgin. But now we have words.
That's a podcast I would have loved to be a part of, trust me. It's something I can already relate to, thinking about it. And something you said is the fact that the classroom is like a microcosm of the society, how diverse we are. And as a teacher, if you can handle what goes on in your school and in your classroom, it speaks more about your character.
Most definitely.
Well, I've always told you I like the way you speak, the way you sound, and it's so good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
So, you've worked in various schools in the public sector, and I can imagine, as a teacher myself, I have been in the private sector, and I know the discrepancies between the public and the private. So, for teachers who are working with children with disabilities, with limited resources, how do you think you can speak to them to help handle the situation better with children with disabilities?
Okay, I'll speak from my own experience. First as a child and as an adult. Before I became a teacher, I told people that knew that I did not want to be. I told people that I did not want to be a teacher. But if eventually I become a teacher, I'll be the teacher I, as a child, needed the most. That was the thing I had then. I said I'll be the teacher that I needed the most. And why did I say this? I think the most important thing when it comes to a child that is divergent is to be seen. I'm not saying give them visibility, see them. These are human beings, not just people in uniform. This is a real person with real emotion and with real issues. So I think the most important thing is just make them feel seen. Let them feel seen. Let them know.
Not feel ignored
at all. So it could be something as minute as changing their seat positions or asking their permission before you call them in front of the class to answer a question. Do you feel comfortable with this question? Do you feel comfortable standing in front of the class? Do you feel comfortable speaking to your friends? It could even be an apology after you offend them. I have a child, not had now, like I have a child, Samuel is in my class, is someone everybody complains about every time. But this boy reminds me of myself, and I know that it's a bit different. I don't think it's difficult for any teacher to know when a child is different. Different is not bad. It's just uniqueness. So I think it's very easy for you to see that, oh, this child is different. It could be something as small as maybe shaking their legs, shaking their hands in class. And everybody complains that you distract my class, you're a ball of energy, you're this, you're... But for me, I keep telling him, whenever he's not around, I tell him, where's Samuel? I ask everybody, where's Samuel? When he's around, I keep asking him questions because he enjoys it. He's different because he's very active, hyperactive. And I know that's the issue teachers have with him. But for the fact that I always ask after him, if he's in class, I speak to him directly. It makes him feel very good. And now Samuel is doing very fine. I mean, it went from writing the way that is not legible to being legible because it's trying to impress someone that sees him. So it's just about seeing them. You don't have to diagnose a child. You don't have to treat the child. You're no doctor. Just make them feel special. Make them feel like, I see you, you're here. I hear you. And it could even be a slight change to some of the activities. You can't control the scheme of work. You can't control the curriculum, but you can control your activities to suit every child in your class. Maybe not the totality of every child, but at least to manage every child in your class. You can bring in activities that is very diverse. So you know that you're feeding those that are more into the psychomotor side. You're feeding those that are more into the visual, the audio visual, and all that. So it is as small as that. You're not. Your job is not there to say, I think you have
diagnosed thing.
Yeah, you are dyslexic or something. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is just make them feel sane. I think it's as important. If someone had made me feel sane, I'm pretty sure I won't be struggling with anxiety right now because everybody was always over me. No matter how many times I cry in class because I was always in my shell. I knew I was very brilliant as a child. But my own brilliance wasn't towards academics. I was very good. I could manage everything. I could balance. I come from a family of people that would probably memorize stuff and shake their heads in the exam and get everything. I mean, perfect score. But I wasn't like that. And I knew I wasn't like that, but I could manage it. But the difficulty I had in school was I was more creative with my mind than the academics, and nobody noticed that. And so I kept retreating into my shell. I was just going deeper and deeper until it became an issue. I mean, a big issue that was being taken around, trying to get a cure to whatever it is that they felt was wrong with me. So I see every child, and I think that's okay. Tweaking here and there, touching this and that, and just making them feel that I see you. You're my friend, we're in this class together, we're in this together, you're my partner in learning, and I'm ready to help you. Is enough, but not for you to diagnose a child or do too much.
All right, educators, you've heard that. It doesn't have to be a diagnostic thing every time. It might just be the little things that bring out the confidence in your children. Can I ask, what grade do you teach?
You call it grade. We call it we call it SS, senior secretary. We don't use grade but if I'm gonna put grades, it's not 13 or something. But we call it SS1, SS2, SS3. So it's always
I'm so used to working with my international
but I think it's about 13
so
or
we do all the grade and everything. Yes. Can I ask, who are some educators that have inspired you? Like since you became you said you never wanted to be a teacher or you didn't want to be a teacher. So when you go into the profession, who are some educators that you have looked at and said, okay, I like this person, or I like what this person is doing, or I'm inspired
by this person.
There'll
be different people for different reasons. I'll start with my mother. My mother, she was too, I think I took so much from her, the empathy. Yes, I think that's from my mom. She actually loved what she did prior to our retirement. She enjoyed. And so by the time I started with my programs, I do not like going for grants. I don't enjoy grants. I think there's a lot of pressure on trying to, prove I did this, I did that. So I do my things naturally. So I learned so much from my mom how to manage that. And then she's always very supportive. I mean, giving me everything I need. Once I spend my salary on the students, she's always there for. I remember the day she actually retired, she faced me and said, I don't have money for you again. But it's a lie. Every time I go to meet my mom, she's always like, okay, another child, another issue, right? And she's always ready to help. So I think that's the first person I'll have to mention, my mother. And the next person would be our permanent secretary to the general, permanent secretary, Dr. Barrister Sholari. She is the definition of a teacher. She doesn't just teach by words. She's a total teacher, like everything you can think of. I don't think I can do half of what she's doing in the education sector, or she's retired as well too, but what she did while she was there, no, I don't think anybody can take her place in my life. And another person that actually inspired me is a man, Mr. Odusoya. He's not as active as, I don't know what happened. He's still doing beautifully well, but I learned so much from him. I think it was his dedication that actually helped me to do what I do right now. I saw a teacher, I was new at the job, and I saw a teacher that was going all the way, dedication 100%, attitude 100% with the students. It was about the student for him. It wasn't about the monetary, it wasn't about money for him. So I saw that, and I saw myself in him, because you can't motivate me with money. I love money, I want to be rich, but if you want to get the best of the best from me, you just have to motivate me with a challenge. And I saw that in Mr. Odusoya, and it's doing very well for himself, but I want to see him pop up more again. And finally, if I can mention one other person, I will say my two friends, Okbeifa and Adeko. I love them. They're my teacher tribe. I call them my teacher tribe. I can be very, I don't want to use that word on myself again, but if things are too intense, I withdraw. But they push me out, they pull me out, they push me to the best, to get to my best, my peak. And if they don't see me online, what's going on, what's happening, I've learned so much from them. I'm still learning from them, and I don't joke with them. Adeko and Okbeifa.
All right, you heard that. It's always important to have people who inspire you, and also you should strive to be an inspiration, and also have a tribe. You can hear that the superstar, has a tribe. So with that, we'll go on a break and stay tuned.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
teaching the world to speak.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back to Teacher's World. I'm still here with the delectable Adeola Adefemi. Delectable and multiple award-winning Adeola. So it's good to be here again.
Thank you very much.
All right, so sometimes we say we have to model ourselves in a way that the children aspire to be like us. I mean, not many children aspire to be like teachers, but I can imagine that if I were a student in your class, I'd aspire to be like you. And your handiwork is already trickling down, it's cascading down towards the children who you teach. And I'm aware that you have children, or you have garnered about 150 awards and counting for the children you teach. I can imagine that not every child in a classroom is a supposed high flyer. How do you work with these children that inspire even those who think they're not book smart to be able to have the confidence to win?
Okay. Let me start from this. You said 150, of course, it's 150 and counting. I have to put it out there that in those 150 competitions won, over 90% were won by students that are labeled low performing. I mean, that they call repeaters. I mean, students that have repeated twice or more than, you know what I mean by repeating. I know it's not usually done in private schools, but in secondary schools, in public schools, yes. So these are the students that you would label as low performing. I love to work with kids like that because number one, it's challenging for me, and I believe there's beauty in every child. So in my case, when I talk about competitions, I want the child to know first it's about you. So whatever we do outside the classroom is about you. Whatever we do within the classroom is about you. And I think it's easy for me to get the best out of them because I make them feel special in one thing they can do. There's no child that doesn't know how to do one thing. There is always something they can do. It could be something like dancing. I can go looking for a competition that is about dancing for you to win, so that by the time you enjoy the success, it permeates into the other aspects I want you to win at or win in. So it's, for me, I want you to feel like you can do anything in that one thing you're good at.
You can actually be the best at something.
In that one thing. The moment you feel special in that one thing, it transcends into other things. And so when I see the students, it's always sometimes outside the classroom. I see them walking on the corridor. I see some of them on punishment. And I'm like, what happened? And they tell their story. I'm like, okay, fine. Do you want to work with me? And, you know, I've taught in areas that are on the set. And some of the students have never left their community. They don't even know how the world looks like. I've put students in my cars that don't even know how to open doors. Just the joy of knowing that they're going for a competition, they're always very interested. So it starts from there for me. I tell them, okay, fine, what is that one thing you like doing? Do you like drawing? Do you like, by the time I get one competition that you can succeed in, I feel most of the time, this give them the belief in self. I was telling someone recently, I said, the belief in self doesn't even start from self. It starts from, I want to appreciate this person that sees me. The first time my students succeed is always more like, I want to say thank you to you. You've spent so much time, energy. How can I say thank you to you? I'll do everything in my power to say thank you by winning this competition. And when they do that, they now find out that, okay, fine, if I can win this competition, I can also do well in other things. And that's where they become themselves and, you know, find themselves in themselves. So it's more like I am just like a channel for them to find themselves. So I don't believe in, when you say smartness, when people say intelligence, I believe we are different in different ways. We are very, very diverse, even in our thinking. So people tend to gear towards, you have to be academically inclined, or it has to be in the classroom. It has to be, the moment you can win at something different from the classroom, you can win in the classroom. If you can win in the classroom, you can win outside the classroom. So it's always very grounded. Like, it starts from that for me. And by the time they find their confidence, sometimes I have to sit on the floor with them and tell them that you can't just win at this. So this academics, that's why you're here. That's still gonna call me a failure if you don't do so well in class. So I could sit on the floor with them. We'll start from, okay, pronounce this, say this. This students have issues. I mean, different issues outside the classroom, and it sometimes comes into the classroom with them. So it's not because you can't call them that, you can't say they're not smart. It's just that the issues outside the classroom is coming into the classroom with them. So they can't think, they can't function very well. So by the time we sit together and trying to find or prefer solutions together, they're ready to listen. It's not always very easy. I mean, the 150 took great determination. It took a lot away from me. I became so broke at a point. I mean, I had nothing on me. I had nothing because I was using everything I had to help the students. I wanted them to believe so much in themselves. So if it had to do with money, I would get them. I would work down to their houses. I wanted to meet their parents. I wanted to meet their friends. I wanted to see what makes them tick, you know, as a child. So it took a lot away from me. But at the end of the day, it was more of, let me appreciate this person first. And since I'm appreciating this person and I'm doing so well, maybe I'm not that bad at the end of the day, and some of them just come out doing so well. And I say it anywhere in a day, I work better with students that you call challenging, because I think that's what makes us teachers at the end of the day.
I don't call them challenging.
People call them challenging.
Some people call them challenging.
Yes.
So that was a fantastic response to my question, and that also buttresses the teaching beyond the classroom as a teacher, when you invest yourself outside of the resources that has been provided for you. Now, as a multiple award winner myself, I can imagine that you have been in various spaces and various places with educators. I mean, we're talking Martina Teacher of the Year, Global Teacher Prize finalist. Nothing compares to that as an educator. So again, it's an honor to have you here. So I would like to ask you, what's the next big dream for you, and what do you see in the Nigerian system for education?
I could say, or I would want to say, probably cancel quality assurance, but that would be a joke. Well, most definitely, I'll still talk about the curriculum. For me, this time around, I want a table. And seated there should be, number one, the industry players. We need questions like, what do you want from graduates? What do you expect our graduates? What should they have? What skills, what knowledge should they have? I want them seated at a table. I want educators, lecturers, teachers in the classroom, still on the field, not just retired. People still relevant to the field, people that know what is obtained in the classroom. I want them on that table too, to be able to tell us, okay, this is not obtainable. When you're creating a scheme of work and you're putting 4 topics in 1 week for an English teacher to complete, I think that's not possible in any way. So I need them at that table too. I also need psychologists, children, psychologists at every level at the table to tell us what is okay for kids at every stage. I need special education teachers. It could be something small to be included in some of the activities placed in that scheme or placed in the curriculum. Everybody should be seated on that table, seated at that table to have these conversations before we create our own curriculum. Enough of lumping different curricula from different countries. Enough of bringing Finland. The Finland we see today, I've read their history. It wasn't like that. They sat down to decide what they want in their curriculum, and that's what's helping them today. So we need those people I mentioned at that table. Let them decide what we should have, and that's what I want the future of Nigeria's education. That's right now, if you ask me, if I wake up in the morning and you ask me, that would be my answer. I want that at that table. And number 2, I think it's time we prioritize the arts and foundation of every education system, which are the teachers. We may say, yes, we prioritize them. There are teachers awards at this, but we do not. We know what we do when we are this important rooms. The real teachers, I mean teachers in the classroom, people that love to teach, people that enjoy teaching are not in those rooms. We get to hear whatever it is they said that comes back cascaded to us. We just hear, go do this, do that, but we are not part of that discussion. Stop. We can't say, oh, we want to prioritize education when we don't prioritize teachers. Teachers are very important. We're the ones that will carry out whatever decision you make in those rooms. So why are we not included in those rooms? Why are we always like an afterthought, and then really needs a bit of autonomy? Like, the control is too much. It stifles our creativity. A lot of times we are controlled to the point that people cannot. I hear things like, oh, carry your American ways away. I'm not using an American way, but I just don't want a boring class. I don't want a boring lecture. I don't want a boring anything. But it's so hard to do this when there's so much control. The bureaucracy is so crazy. Everybody wants to control the teachers, and it kills everything for you. And finally, I would say regarding the students, probably at this point, I think they should also be involved, because they're always like an afterthought as well too, and we are in that system because of them. So if everybody can sit on this table, make those decisions, create that curriculum or make that curriculum, I think we'll have the best in the world at this time. So it won't be like, why are you pushing out graduates that can't even answer simple questions? What do you want from graduates? And then we can make those decisions.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, and I can only agree with you. So my final question, as is traditional on this show, is to ask you to nominate an educator who you would like to see on this show at any point in the future. You can look at the camera and talk to the person. Okay,
I would like to have Mrs. Kikelomo Osulu on this show. I would like to see her. And can I nominate one more person? Fine. Okay, probably Adiola Akesulure, my namesake, and she's killing it right now. She's top 10 Global Teacher Prize. Right. Yes, I think she's top 10. Yes, I know she's one of the top 10 Global Teacher Prize ambassadors right now, and I'm praying that she brings the prize home, and I would love to see her here so that we can spend our money together. Yes. All right, good luck to Adiola, and we hope you achieve this goal. I mean, it's something we've been chasing as a nation for a while. So good luck to you, and from us at Teachers World, it was nice having you on the show. Thank you very much. Adiola. Thank you so much. I guess I can invite you some other time. Definitely.
Thank you,
You're
and
welcome.
have a great day. Thank you for staying tuned.
My name is Mrs. Emmanuel Efe. I'm a teacher by profession. I've been teaching for the past 8 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you are watching Teachers World.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for the past 14 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you're watching Teachers World.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Adiola, thank you for reminding us that being a teacher is more than just lessons. It's about changing lives. Your work with Peace Podcasting and your love for your students is truly inspiring. So to everyone listening, remember that every child counts. Thank you for joining us today on Teachers World. I'm David Obianyo, and we'll see you next time.
Good day and welcome to Achievement News right on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational television. My name is Comfort Idongise Basi, your guide through the stories of triumph, innovation, and positive impact shaping our world. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, we bring you news that truly inspires. At Achievement News, we believe in celebrating human ingenuity, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of progress. We sift through the headlines to bring you the breakthroughs, the milestones, and the uplifting narratives that prove possibilities abound and true achievement is within reach for everyone. Our planet's precious oceans are getting more protection, marking a massive win for global conservation. In recent weeks, 10 new marine reserves have been announced worldwide, including a significant 3,800 square kilometer area in Colombia and increased protected sea zones in Portugal. Most notably, the African nation of Sao Tome and Principe has established 8 new marine protected areas, and it is a truly inspiring step in environmental action. And here in Nigeria, a positive conservation story as a rare chimpanzee population was recently captured on video for the first time in our very own Ise Forest Conservation Area, a testament to local efforts. The health of our planet is in our hands. Every small act of conservation, from responsible waste disposal to supporting eco-friendly initiatives, contributes to a healthier, more vibrant world for all. We see possibilities. Right here in Nigeria, innovation is rising to meet the challenge of environmental sustainability. The Felicia and Lawrence Omiunu Environmental Sustainability Grant has launched, offering vital financial support and expert backing to individuals and organizations developing groundbreaking solutions for plastic pollution. This $1,000 grant aims to foster local creativity and empower homegrown innovations that can effectively tackle the pervasive issue of plastic waste, contributing to a cleaner, healthier environment across our communities. Every local problem holds the seed of a local solution. Be the innovator in your community, turning challenges into opportunities for cleaner, more sustainable living. We see possibilities.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
a significant stride for human dignity, England and Wales are moving to decriminalize rough sleeping. This progressive move repeals an antiquated 1824 law that criminalized homelessness, marking a profound shift in approach. Instead of punishment, the focus will now be on providing support and addressing the root causes of homelessness as a social issue. This legislative change reflects a more empathetic and effective approach to supporting vulnerable populations and upholding human rights. Humanity thrives when we extend compassion and support to our most vulnerable. Let us be inspired to foster empathy in our own communities, ensuring no one is left behind. We see possibilities. UN Women's 2024-2025 report shines a spotlight on incredible strides for women globally, with significant impact felt here in Nigeria. The report highlights women in Jordan winning over 40% more parliamentary seats and new women leaders in Kenya passing impactful legislation. Critically for us, the report celebrates Nigeria's own progress in granting women preferential access to public contracts, a policy expected to open up opportunities for over 1 million women-led businesses. These are tangible steps towards greater political representation, legal protection, and economic independence for women worldwide. When women lead, economy grows and societies flourish. Be inspired by these achievements and strive for your own leadership role. Knowing your impact creates a ripple effect for all. We see possibilities.
Hello everyone, my name is Chinedu Ndugwe. If you know you're looking out for anything to do with innovation, motivation in Nigeria or Africa, please watch out for Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Zeole. Keep watching Achievement Channel for daily motivation and you're good to go.
Tune in next time for more achievements news, your daily source of positivity. Visit us at www.achievementchannel.com and join the movement #WeSeePossibilities. That's all the achievement news for today. Remember, every day brings new opportunities for growth, progress, and impact. Keep achieving, keep inspiring, and most importantly, keep believing in the power of possibilities. My name is Comfort Idongese Basi, wishing you a truly impactful day.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel. I'm Pamela Igbo, reporting live from the School of Eloquence, Lagos, where we shine a light on remarkable individuals, transforming lives and building a better future for us all. Today, we're honored to have Iye Jonathan Ichavie, a distinguished social entrepreneur and co-founder of the CISO Empowerment Foundation. With over a decade of dedication to supporting internally displaced persons and refugees, Iye has impacted more than 100,000 lives through relief efforts, rehabilitation programs, and advocacy. Get ready to be inspired by her incredible journey and unwavering commitment to change. Let's get started.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
EA, welcome to Champions of Change. It's great to have you on the program.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. So you've had an amazing impact with your work with CISO Foundation. You've impacted over 100,000 lives so far, working with people who have internal displacement. What I want to know is what made you start CISO Foundation, and particularly what made you focus on this area of advocacy?
So it was a personal experience. My grandmother, who was at that time about 95 or 96, was displaced by a conflict in my village back in Benue, back home. And it was just the neighboring village. They were fighting over land or something. And in the middle of the night, they came in and burnt our family home.
Wow.
And my grandmother had to run. Now, you know, that generation, she could walk, she could run. And she basically had to run for her life. In the middle of the night, you know, at that time I was actually about to move from Nigeria to another country for an assignment, a work assignment. Then I was working with UNICEF Nigeria. And my dad just told me one day, oh, they've attacked the village, they've burnt our family house. And, you know, Mama is staying in one of these places near the marketplace. It didn't really register until I got home. I got into Switzerland, where I was going to at the time. And I started talking to him to say, okay, I need more information. What's really happening at home? And it dawned on me that my grandmother was actually living in some hut in the village. Went from living in this big house, which had now been burnt to ashes, basically to this place. And, you know, at that age, she didn't want to come to town, you know, Makudi, which is about 2 hours away by road. Some of the roads are not good. You know, at that age, you just want to be in your space, right? So she wasn't ready to move to any of her children's houses. So I took some time off, came home. I said, okay, let me see what's going on. You know, he said, oh, the house is burned, all the relatives, everybody's displaced. They're all hanging in different places. And it was my birthday that year, 2009, September. And I just did some fundraising, asked friends to support and donate. Let me go home and see what's going on. I'd also written a poetry book, a book of Christian poetry called True to You. And I said, oh, okay, I'll launch it in January, you know, my next holiday in Nigeria. Let me even go home first and see what's going on. And I went to the village. Oh, my goodness. That was when I realized they had this conflict. So my village people now retaliated, and they actually basically were just fighting each other, until they stopped fighting when they burnt their food supplies and everybody was too hungry to continue fighting.
Wow.
So there were displaced people on my side, and there were displaced people on the other side of the village. So there they were just milling around, you know, and all of that. And when I saw that, I was like, whoa, this is serious. You know, and I'd raised this money, and I decided, okay, they needed food. We needed to figure out how to begin to look at how can we make peace, how can we advocate, and begin to call on the government to do their part, because there was no compensation offered to anybody for anything. And that's how we got into this. You know, we decided to register because we realized this extended beyond my family.
Of course.
And so we decided to register CISO Foundation. It was very interesting. When I went in, I was also doing my master's at the time, my master's in political management. One of the things I was very interested in was, what is it that motivates people to carry out this kind of violence?
Right.
Because when we started talking, you know, it turned out that sometimes some unscrupulous politicians and political actors would instigate these conflicts and target certain people's homes in these places. Maybe they're a political rival. And the whole point is to cripple you, right? And so we said, what is it that motivates young people? These were young people in the village to go out there and destroy property, and you fight so much that you get too hungry to stop. You can't even fight anymore. You now stop. And you've destroyed your whole community, and all of you are just looking at yourselves.
Exactly.
And so I did some research on that. So my thesis was on youth involvement in political violence. And just talking to each youth, I interviewed young people in the community. One refrain: if you people will just come and help us. We don't have jobs. We don't have this. We don't have that. And we're like, so because you don't have jobs, you allow somebody from outside to come and give you money to go and burn your neighbors, whatever. It will destroy the place even further, and you will not get the jobs.
Exactly.
But what struck me was just that sense of lack of ownership, learned helplessness, and just feeling like, oh, we can't change, or we're just here. The help should come from external. And that's what informed the name Seesaw. Seesaw in Tiv means we will repair. And so it's on you. It's for you to take ownership. Of course, I was in the UN for 8 years. So we saw that refrain throughout many communities. You go and people will be like, oh, the UN should come and help us. But it's your community. And so it came from that philosophy and that thought that if we're going to fix things, it's going to be on us as communities, as Nigerians. Nobody's coming to save you.
That's right.
You need to sort yourself out. And so that's where the name came from. And that's how we started.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love that, what it means in Tiv. I love that. So tell me, in terms of, I know some of your services has been emergency relief as well as long-term rehabilitation.
Yeah.
One of the key things to making a foundation like yours successful is sustainability.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so how has that been in terms of making it sustainable? And also, what have been some of the challenges that you have found in trying to make it sustainable?
So that's an ongoing battle, right, in this space. But I think when we started, like I said, I launched this book, and it was actually the proceeds from that book launching that we used to kick off our first programs, to even register the foundation. And one of the things we had, coming from my background, I was in private sector fundraising with UNICEF, and before I'd always done fundraising from private sector. I really believed, again, back to that philosophy, we will fix ourselves. So we looked more towards how can Nigerians support this work. And so we had a lot of individual support from friends, family, friends of friends, and friends of family members. We tried to really keep our operations really slim.
Right.
And a lot of volunteering. For me, even when I now eventually left the UN and came back to Nigeria, I totally funded myself. I mean, newsflash for people, NGOs don't have pots of money, generally, most of us who are really doing, you are really on the grassroots. So, some people, even till now, even the Nigerian authorities, some of them feel we're getting dollars from abroad and grants. Not all of us operate that way. Even if you do get those kinds of grants, you do have to, it has to tally with your mission.
Yes.
So, for example, when we started, I was doing a lot of work. I did my initial rounds. In fact, we were one of the first NGOs from southern Nigeria or from the Middle Belt to go to the north.
Right.
When Boko Haram was attacking and there were people who were displaced, you would tell Nigerians, do you know we have displaced people? They say it's not possible. How can Nigeria have displaced people? How can we have refugees within refugees? We're just lying. So we had to go to say, okay, we know about these attacks. I mean, we started in Benue. Then there was a flood. People were whatever. But, there was just none of that. That media wasn't there. Now everybody says IDP. At that time, 2010, if you told people, I'm looking at 2010, 2011, even 2014, if you told people there were displaced people in Nigeria, they would argue with you. And they would say we are trying to. So I remember there was one situation, there was a conflict in my state. Terrorist headsmen were attacking the farming communities, some of them. And we raised the issue. And people were like, you're just trying to make the government look bad. You are being sponsored by the opposition. I'm like, what's wrong with you people? Displacement is a reality. It's something that happens. So we made a conscious effort. Because of those things, we decided that we wanted to focus very much on trying to be as independent as possible. So we would not be open to accusations of being politically biased and so on and so forth. We could get our funding from individuals. We focused very much on CSR, reaching out to companies and corporate organizations to support us. So that was the sustainability journey, keeping our costs really low. For example, for a long time, I was just paid a stipend of 50,000 naira every month, right? So I was surviving through other means, doing consulting work and so on and so forth. I remember I had a friend that said, you should be richer than this. I'm like, please, that's not the point. Let's do the work, right? And let's serve people and let's be happy. But I think in terms of that sustainability challenge, it is an ongoing challenge. You really have to think about how you're going to sustain. And looking back now, there are things I've learned that I would definitely advise people to do differently for the sustainability journey.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
But we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
yes.
let's
That's been that's been our story so far.
Fantastic. Let's take a quick break and we'll return and continue this amazing conversation.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence.
Teaching the world to speak.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. And just before the break, we were talking to EA about internally displaced people and her work with the CISO Foundation. So EA, you were just about to tell us about sustainability and what helps with that. So if you could just mention a couple of things that has helped.
I think one of the first things is to actually have stream of income. And that's what I'm talking about, social enterprise now. You have to find something that you're doing that adds value to society and that earns income, that from that surplus you can now use that to take care of your social goals, of your charitable endeavors. That's something that I wish we had thought about way back when. Because when you think about it, the history of charity is funded from those kinds of entities. It's the excess or the deliberate setting aside. So we have MTN Foundation, that's what they do. Ford Foundation came from that rich tradition.
Right.
You know, there were Rockefeller Foundation and all of that. And that's something I think that's our sector in Nigeria. We need to really grow into that. Because you cannot depend on donations. You know, it's not sustainable, no matter how you push it. I've pushed it for 14 years, and we're now pivoting into looking into other areas we want to move into.
And in fact, there's givers fatigue. Givers fatigue.
There's donor fatigue. You know, we are burning out. I'm almost burnt out, you know, because you're constantly looking for money and trying to whatever, you know. So it's just to reinvent ourselves and see how we can, you know, add value to society in a different way, while giving back as well to those who are displaced.
Amazing, amazing. You have something really exciting coming up, your research fellowship with the Toronto Metropolitan University. Tell us a little bit about that and how it feeds into your work that you're doing with the CISO Foundation.
So it's with the Center for Research Excellence in Migration. And I'm going to be doing a fellowship just studying housing for refugees, migrants, and displaced persons. It's right what I needed at just the right time. Because in all the work we've been doing over the last 14, 15 years, what displaced people need is housing. They need sustainable housing solutions. Because think about it, if you don't have a house, where are you going to start from? And what we've seen with the women we work with, work with a lot of women and their families, is they're severely displaced. So they fled to one place, then maybe the place gets attacked again. They're put in a camp. The camp gets attacked again. We've heard about that. Or they're in a settlement community. A flood comes. This one is Lagos. We see that, right? There are no camps for them in Lagos, right? But a lot of them are in settlement areas. They're in shanties. When it's heavy season, rainy season, just know they'll be flooded, right? Some of them have to move their children out. They now get to another place, or the place gets demolished by government or the owners of the land. You know, so they have to move. In Benue, for example, there were times we even had they move into a primary school. So the poor primary school children are displaced from learning.
Wow.
So they're staying in the primary school, or sometimes they're sharing. So children come to school in the morning. Then when a governor or government official says, "Oh, this can't happen," there's no option for them. They say, "Okay, you have to move out." Move out to where? So we started thinking the best solution you can give displaced people is just give them a place. In our rehabilitation work, in the empowerment and livelihood support work we do, these are people who are hardworking, who had businesses, had solid jobs before this stuff happened. Anyone can get displaced. But because they don't have housing, it now destabilizes them, reduces them, they become poorer and poorer. And we realize the biggest thing you can do for someone who's displaced is to give them housing.
Absolutely.
So it's something we've been talking to a few partners. But we want to look at how the financing options for that, the long term, because it's not cheap. And so for me, it's such a great opportunity to network, to find out what are other countries doing, what's happening in Canada, for example. I'm very excited about the people I'm going to be learning from, and also sharing with them our own experiences of working with displaced persons.
Fantastic opportunity. We look forward to hearing more about that. What would you say to entrepreneurs who want to start their own social impact initiatives and have the right attitude and mindset? Because you talked about servitude being the bedrock of actually being a social entrepreneur.
Yeah.
It's not just about coming to make money, because then you're in the wrong line. So what would you say has helped you as a foundation to focus on that?
I think it's just the desire to serve. You really have to decide, how am I going to give value? What's more important? I remember I had a situation where one of the things we sometimes see with service sectors, and we see it in governance, we see it in different places. One of our first outreaches for livelihood support program, we had some people who were doing some work with us at the time, and they came to support this program. It was a training program for the women. And because the women are displaced, they live in shanties, I came to the place and I noticed that they were buying refreshments, and they had bought for themselves, the workers who are not displaced, had bought for themselves malt.
And
I mean, very simple thing, no. And then for the people, they bought pure water.
Right.
I was like, how is that? You don't need the malt. They need the malt, you know. And so for me, it's about those people that you're trying to serve. The question is always, how can we add more value to their lives? Even in choosing what you're going to do to generate the income, how can you link it to what you're doing in a way that adds value? So one of the things I'm working on with some of my partners is, how can we, for example, develop housing products that we can sell to middle and lower income people who are not displaced, where we can now take a percentage of those profits and use it to fund the housing needs of those who are displaced. So you maybe try and find a linkage, but find something that offers real, tangible value. So that's what I'd say on that.
Amazing.
But with a view to serving, and how can we just make life better for those we serve, whether we're on the income generation side or for those who are just trying to impact in a socially impact. So that's it.
Amazing. And last but not the least is you wear many hats. Ever since I've known you, you're an activist, you're a humanitarian, you're an entrepreneur, you're an advocate. How do you
a politician. I ran for office last year.
Oh yes, of course. I forgot about that one.
2023.
How do you basically balance it all and still maintain, your core focus in mind, which is really helping people bottom line?
I mean, I think the key thing is there's just that common thread. Of course, faith for me plays a really strong role. And one of my favorite sayings of Jesus is, more blessed to give than to receive. And I always say, in giving there's joy, And so in all those places, it's about giving. It's about speaking up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. It's about being that voice, being that advocate. And I mean, I remember one time, one of our first outreaches, we went up to Gombe because there were some displaced people who had fled from Boko Haram into Gombe, and they were being housed by the state government. Beautiful place, amazing people. Some people in Gombe gave them housing. They even housed some of them. So there were just amazing things they were doing. But I remember that day, we got this vehicle broken down. It broke down. We bought food. We were going to take it to the camp. And as we got to that camp, it was amazing. The camp manager said to us, I don't know how you knew, but we've run out of food.
Wow.
And we were just wondering this morning, how are we going to feed all these people we have? And obviously God worked it out, and we just got there and they had the food they needed. I remember there's a picture, there's a boy, he was so happy to see us, like this 2-year-old. He was so happy to see us. And, the people kept saying it wasn't about the food. It was amazing to them to hear that they were up in the north. These are mixed religion, Christians, Muslims, but northerners, various, whatever, that people in Lagos had fundraised. People from Lagos that didn't know them had given them food, giving money, and we had come all the way up there, risked our lives to come and deliver this food. You know, we bought the food locally, but to deliver it. And they said to us, in every place we went, whether it was in Adamawa, in Gombe, in, what was the other place we went to? Jos, right? Or Kwampang in Plateau State. All we kept hearing was, we are not forgotten. Our brothers and sisters all across Nigeria have not forgotten us. And for us, even now as I'm talking about it, I remember that experience. It was goosebumps.
Yes.
Just them knowing that people recognize their humanity.
They felt seen.
They felt seen. And they felt the love of other people. So bottom line for me, that's just the thing. In everything we're doing, whether it's the politics we're doing, it's about serving the people. Whether it's activism, it's not about us. It's not about, if I was saying to somebody that with interviews and TV, it's not about me or EA or say so, it's about the people we're serving. It's how can we amplify the message that people should support them more and really love those who are in need and love those who are displaced or whoever, you know, we're trying to serve.
Fantastic. How can people get involved? Because this is incredible work that you do. It makes a difference in people's lives. It's real, tangible difference. So I'd like you to do a shameless plug and basically tell us how people can get involved.
I would like to say that please support the displaced around you. For Say So, you can reach out to us on our social media handles, Instagram, Say So Africa. Please check out what we're doing. And some of you may not be able to reach us directly, but there's so many other people who are displaced in our local communities. Please see how you can reach out through your church, through your neighborhood. You will see them. That person who is in Megad or his wife, and have a conversation. See them, have a conversation, talk to them. You know, what are their challenges? What are their needs? Sometimes it's just an encouraging word. Because believe me, some of them, they're about to go home and kill themselves because life is just so tough. We've had one situation like that. It was heartbreaking. But please, just keep reaching out. You know, those you can support, please do. You can send support to our organization, or you can also contact us. If you're in a different state, we can also link you up with those who you can help as well. Thank you.
Thank you, EA. That was wonderful. Thank you. We will leave all the details of how to contact CISO Foundation on our platform. And once again, we'd like to thank you, EA, for today. Thank you for the amazing work that you do, and we'll support you in any way that we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying with us. As we've learned today, no challenge is insurmountable when we commit to making a difference. Let this conversation inspire you to find a cause and take the first step towards impact. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and this has been Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel. Till next time, bye for now.
Welcome to another inspiring episode of Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first motivational television. We are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence, Lagos. Inspire Her, Women Lifting Women, is the show where we empower women to reach their new heights in every aspect of their lives. I'm Christine Davis, and today's topic is all about climbing the ladder, strategies for women to advance in their careers. As the remarkable Sheryl Sandberg once said, in the future, there will be no female leaders. There will just be leaders. This statement reminds us of the true leadership that transcends gender. It is about vision, integrity, and action. To rise to the top, you need to master the essentials of navigating office politics and to hone your negotiation skills. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more insight. You're watching Inspire Her on the Achievement Channel. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm thrilled to welcome our distinguished guest today. Please join me in welcoming Angela Ezewanyi. She's a resourceful leader with over 20 years of experience in strategic leadership and business management. She is currently the Executive Director, Practice and Strategy at Punuka Attorney and Solicitors. Next, we have Ifeoma Okorian. She is a seasoned HR professional with vast people management and social sustainability experience across multiple sectors and countries in Asia, Europe, East, West, and South Africa. Ifeoma is currently the HR Director at Mocha Limited, a member of the Dolidol International Group. She is passionate about youth advocacy and still believes in the Nigerian project. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most welcome. All right, so we're diving into the conversation and we're talking about women, climbing up the career ladder, okay? Navigating office politics, all of those intrigues, the negotiations that you have to do and all of that thing. So the first question would be that, it's quite challenging for women, isn't it? Especially in the office. So what are those effective strategies that you would say should help women, as they climb up those career ladders? I'll start with you, Ma.
Okay, well, one big area I would want to emphasize is self-awareness.
Okay.
Because once you know yourself, you know what the expectations, you know what your goals are.
Yes.
The minute you're able to establish that, then it means that you're now ready to build relationships with others, right? And in the workplace, again, it's made up of people from all kinds, from all walks of life.
Yes.
And it's important that relationship helps to, what's the word now? Helps to build those relationships. I mean, it's important that you're able to build relationships within the workplace. Because, guess what? We're all there to make money, right? And, drive business goals. So one big area I would say is building relationships.
Okay.
But before you start with that, it's also important that you're able to map out who the stakeholders are.
Okay.
So it means that you're not just building relationships with just
everybody.
So you have to be strategic about it.
Okay.
Right. It's important that you're able to identify who key stakeholders are and how, they influence your work.
Which is a politics itself.
Which is a politics. Well, it's also a sort of politics in there. So once you've been able to do that, then it means that you're now able to know, okay, how do you address who are the big stakeholders, who are the big guns, who are the ones who are just at the peer level, who are also influencers, by the way.
Yes, they are.
So once you've been able to achieve that, then consultations would now happen. You start to engage, right?
Yes.
To find out what the pain points are, how you can build trust. Because the truth is, if people do not trust you, they would hardly want to give you their all. But once you start to build those one-on-one relationships, it means that, there's a level of breaking the ice.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And there's that level of, okay, I think I can trust this person. And over time, once I believe, that's been my strategy, that once you're able to do that, you break walls and you're able to build relationships, and ultimately you're able to use these people to achieve your own goals and objectives.
Fantastic. You said a lot. You said self-awareness.
Yes.
And then know who the key people are.
Yes.
And then develop those relationships as much as you can.
Yes.
And then people should trust you.
Trust.
Fantastic.
It's a big
yeah.
part of
What
it.
do you think about that? Anja?
I agree entirely with her, especially when she talked about self-awareness.
Yes.
And I'll go further to say self-mastery.
Oh, wow.
Right? You should be aware of who you are. What control do you have over your emotions? You see
Emotional
people in the
intelligence.
workplace- Exactly. So you must have emotional intelligence. You must be empathetic. You must have self-mastery. What's my limits in the workplace? Workplace is not marketplace, right? It's a professional environment.
It is.
You're expected to have certain character, certain norms guiding how you behave.
Yes.
Right? So if you are climbing the ladder, you must learn to carry yourself the right way, and that will also reflect on those looking up to you.
Yes.
And that's the beauty of what we are doing.
Okay.
Right? Women carrying women.
Women lifting
there'll
women,
Be,
yes.
There'll be people looking up to you. You're in a workplace, they're looking up to you as a leader.
Yes.
You have to have self-mastery. You have to be able to engender commitment and support of people. And it's about what you do.
Yes.
And the respect they have for you.
Yes.
You not only know about the technical skills, the soft skills are
Very important.
And everything where, in fact, what takes you up is your soft skills.
Soft skills, yes.
Amazingly.
Yes.
Because if you're good and you are good, they say, oh, that lady is so good, but she bullies people.
Character.
Character.
Yes.
That lady is good, but she cannot work in a team.
Yeah.
I where people tell you that, please don't assign me to work with that boss. Plain and simple.
Okay.
If they have the authority, they are
Yes.
able to ask somebody, decide who to work with.
Yes.
They will tell, no, I
They-
don't want
I
to
don't
work
want
with
to
that
work
woman
with that person.
because it's trouble. It's trouble.
So the competence is there.
Yeah, but there's no soft skills.
There's no attitude.
So
There's
as
no
you
character.
grow, you must as you upskill, as you develop yourself,
Yes.
you not only develop your technical skills,
Yes.
you also learn to work in teams, learn to lead teams.
Yes.
Learn to. There are some people that if they give, if you're giving feedback, it will never be constructive.
True.
It's about saying what you did is zero.
Zero. Negativity.
Negativity,
Yes,
or
yes.
you point back to 3 years since when we are talking
I get
about
it.
this year, so
Yes.
so those are the issues, and it's very key that one is able to do that.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about building alliances in the office space. We're talking about building your career, climbing that career ladder. And I'll tell you that a lot of young women out there are watching us and really asking themselves, with everything happening in the office space, how can a young lady actually build these alliances and still draw the line? Those boundaries that need to be there. How can I do that? Because I'll tell you for free, I know the level of harassment that, is predominant in the workspace,
Yes.
And we have more and more career women right now. I would say, if I'm not mistaken, you could correct me, but I feel that more women are standing up, are rising up to the occasion to say, oh, well, I can do this. I can be in HR, I can be in oil and gas, I can be an engineer. We've had them on this show, coming up to say, look, I can do as much as a man can do, but how do you help a sister out there, a lady out there, draw the line, those boundaries that needs to be kept so that you are building these alliances and at the same time you're not injuring yourself?
Okay, I think I will go. And we're social beings, right?
Yes.
You really can't help. You can't help building alliances to be able to achieve success.
True.
It's very key.
True.
Because you are not an island.
That's
Yes.
You can't work in silos. So you have to be able to learn that skill to work with others. And in working with others, you build alliances. Because if you are enemies outside of work, how can you cooperate at work?
Yes.
So it's important that happens. Now, it's also about what you want for yourself. It's about what you want for yourself. So you're in a workspace. You have the freedom to choose for yourself what side of the divide you want to belong. You can't help having the possibility
That is
of anything
there.
happening.
It's there.
Of
It's
anything
there.
happening.
Yes.
Then you decide which side of the divide you belong
want
to.
to belong
You
to.
want to belong to. So my advice would be that you ensure that you build a good reputation for yourself.
True.
Because it never ends well.
Yes.
If you build the wrong alliances, it never ends well. First of all, you destroy your name. You never build a good reputation for yourself. Even what you thought you were trying to protect, you may lose it.
Yes, true.
So it's important that the right alliances, positive alliances are built because they ultimately help you grow.
Yeah.
The ultimate, and I would say also that firms, companies should assist to have
The
this
women.
in place.
Okay.
Both women, should assist the system to have
some checks and balances.
to have great alliances built
Okay.
within that system. Let me give you an instance.
Okay.
I work in a place where part of what we have done to build alliances is just make sure that something as little as somebody is celebrating birthday,
Yes.
you celebrate it for the person.
Okay.
Right? Something as simple as bringing out a day in one day in a month as a game day.
Okay.
Yes.
So the entire staff come, we have the large room,
Yes.
and we have different kinds of
Of
games,
games.
and everyone will just
Just
play. And you play as a team.
relax. Yes,
Then you
bond.
have
Also a
every
good-
Monday, we
yes,
call it
also a good
Chit Chat
place to-
Monday.
Okay.
Chit Chat Monday, you dare not bring anything related
Related
to work.
to work. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
You dare not bring anything
Okay.
related to work. So you have awesome relationships
Mm.
outside of work. We have what we call shootouts.
Okay.
Shootouts means that someone is celebrating a partner, or now is watering down, not only a partner, you now see even a younger staff take people out.
Okay.
So let's go on a shootout. We call it shootout.
Shootout, wow.
And you go to a nearby lounge and
who sponsors?
Someone sponsors.
Okay.
Yeah, you get there and you see three people say,
Yes.
we will never have problem who is
So
sponsoring.
those alliances are actually like built automatically.
Yes,
Sort of.
yes.
Yes.
You have to be intentional
Yes.
about
Is
it.
it? Yes,
You have to be intentional about
Yes.
it, and it speaks to the culture of a place.
Okay.
That's why I said
Yes.
the system has to give the support,
Hmm.
because, like I said, it started with a partner. Just
Yes.
one partner started it.
Oh, wow.
Today, it's become like the culture.
Culture
But in
of the
terms of
place.
like the Chit Chat Monday, it was intentional, deliberate. The management deliberately put it in
Put that
place.
in place. Okay,
Right? Yeah.
okay,
So-
all right. So we're having a fantastic conversation. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll keep talking about how women can climb up their career ladders. You're watching Inspire Her, and this is a place where women lift women. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
All right, you're welcome back to Inspire Her. This is the Achievement Channel, reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. We're talking about, women lifting women, right? I've seen this a lot, and I have to say it. How do you think, you should mention something, upskilling. A lot of people say there are no jobs. A lot of people say, oh, the country's hard. Do you really think that is, or it has to do with the lack of skill, lack of initiative? What exactly is the problem for most young women right now that can't seem to find jobs, so to say, let alone even climb up a career ladder?
Yeah.
How would you respond to that?
Well, I wouldn't, my mindset is usually positive.
Yes.
So when
You're
I hear...
the HR professional,
So when I
you're
hear
the one.
there are no jobs, there are no opportunities, I'm like, you can't be serious.
Exactly.
There's always something. And with women, right, it's either you're learning a skill.
Yes.
It's either you're selling something, or you're going, deciding to focus on a particular profession or career.
Yes.
If you choose to do that, then it means you're going to have to go get the right certifications that you'll be able to plug into.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be on that bandwagon.
Of saying no jobs.
Saying no jobs. Yes, we know the economy is bad. Yes, we know that, if you look at the job opportunities as of today, it has dipped, over time,
Yes.
clearly because of economic realities and all of that. We cannot take away that fact. But I believe that women are so, how do I put it, dynamic, or should be, are dynamic, and I expect that young women should also toe the line of being that same way. Never sit down, fold your hands and say, oh, manna will fall from
heaven. There's no manna falling from any
heaven. There's no manna falling from any heaven.
Yes.
Within your own small circle of influence, you should be able to find that thing that would at least something to do, no matter how small. It could be something as little as learning to tie, gele.
And these people are making tons of money.
Tons of money. In fact, the makeup artists today now,
they are hot cakes.
They're hot cakes,
Yes,
and it just takes you just being focused, knowing what you want. And for some of them, they're professionals. Some of them are graduates, and are just doing this as a side hustle.
Yes,
they have their, so I think we should change the narrative, and say, rather than saying there are no jobs, there are no opportunities, you'll say there are no ideal. I can't find the ideal opportunities. So I'm an architect. I intend to, my plan was once I graduate, I would find myself in a firm, working as an architectural firm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's,
It didn't work
it didn't work that way. You're now in a company working as a HR officer.
And doing well at that.
Someone said that Nigeria really chooses our careers for us.
Interestingly.
Yes.
Sometimes you say, is it fate that actually pushes you in that direction? Because they say sometimes, you say man proposes. God has his own, God is
and you have
plan.
to be dynamic.
True.
That's
you just have to be dynamic and be able to adapt.
Adaptability
is
so key.
Adapt to any situation.
It's so key. Yes, I
once
think that's
you are not able to. Once you are ready, it's like you are ready at whatever life throws at you.
True. Those opportunities will always come.
They will always come.
And
they will always be there.
And let me say, I say this because there are people, she's in that space, she knows very well. You could see where there are some staff that will tell you, oh no, is it my JD? Is it my JD?
Is it my, yes, thank you.
So every time, every task
is it my jurisdiction?
Is it my JD? Is it my profile description?
Yeah, so you give a task, the task you gave, is in my job description.
Okay.
So they are confined to the job description.
It's like a bunker mentality.
You are boxing yourself. I mean, this discussion we are having now, you will be at a disadvantaged position if anything happens that throws you out of that position.
True.
Even within the same organization, we've seen people rotate job within the same organization because they have diverse skills. And it's not the organization that sends them to it. Sometimes it's about the challenges that are thrown at them at the organization. It opens their, it just widens their horizon. And they are able, sometimes they even, like you just told us, that you went into IT.
I just went into IT.
Because you saw opportunities and you thought that that's a career path you could tow at some point in your life. So it's very important. Nobody, you are doing yourself a disservice when you decide to box yourself in just one time. Because life is dynamic. It just keeps moving.
An opportunity, Christine, opportunities would always align with readiness.
Yes, that is true.
So if you're not ready, even when the opportunity comes, you don't see it. You don't see it, and it just passes you by and goes on to the next person.
That is true. Okay, so last one, let's talk about negotiation. It's key in climbing up the ladder. I mean, you have to know your worth. You started with that, and be able to stand for it and demand it. How do you think women outside there, who really want to climb up this career ladder, just briefly, how do you do that? Because you have that fear, would I call it like is it a marginalization? What is it? You know,
Glass ceiling.
Yes, thank you. They can't talk about shattering the glass
ceiling.
Exactly. Okay, so how do you think women literally outside in the workspace can shatter those glass ceilings and say, listen, I'm good for this, I know I deserve this, I can do this, and you have to give it to me?
It's, well, knowing the truth is knowing your stuff.
Yes.
You have to know your stuff. You know, I always say you have to be beyond a pretty face.
That's a very...
You know, because some women feel, oh, once I dress up, look pretty and all of that, I should earn me promotion, I should earn a spot at the table. But the truth is, okay, you earn the spot at the table, maybe one godfather or whoever. Can you remain there? What next?
What next?
If you're not able to hold your own with conversations, with, you know, you've talked about negotiating and on a daily basis in the workplace. You're constantly negotiating one thing or for one thing or the other, you know, trying to seek approvals and all of that. If you're not able to communicate in writing, using data, now everybody is, you know, don't just send me an email. I want to be able to see the impact. I want to understand what the cost-benefit analysis is. You need to, you're constantly selling yourself, you know. So if you're not able to do that effectively, then you would always get the shorter end of the stick. You're not going anywhere.
People can see that.
That's it.
They
At the same time,
so people see it.
you know, because when the chips are down, you know, somebody comes to you, oh, I think this is a great idea. They'll say, okay, go and document it. You won't see the person again.
Exactly.
So as a young lady, you know, part of building yourself is also arming yourself with the right people who can even help you, because we're all not an island of knowledge. Arming yourself with the right people in the organization that can even help you with the information you would need. But again, you need to be able to sell it. You need to be able to get the information. You need to be able to mine the information that is given to you. So there's a lot of common sense that needs to be applied.
I agree entirely, 100%. And I love it when she said that you have to know your worth.
Yes.
Right? Knowing your worth means that you have to be relevant. In simple terms, you have to be relevant to the system. You have to know, you have to have something to give.
Yes. Solution.
Solution. You have to add value. You have to have value to add.
Yes.
Value adding skills.
Yes.
And so it's important. She mentioned technology. That's major because the world has moved away from analog.
We're there right now.
We're no longer they're talking about paperless. There's different words to describe, you know, moving away from analog era, right? And then you are occupying there in an executive position and aiming to go higher. And then you are the type that nobody can send you documents via email, and you will look at it online without asking them to print it out
help you, hard copy.
And then they keep printing it out for you, and then it keeps
piling on your table.
So it's a problem.
It's a problem.
I mean, management, I don't think that the new age management, there's any new age management that will want to. It's a major consideration.
So that becomes a limitation.
It's a major consideration. And as another thing is the soft skills we've been talking about. So somebody could be very good at what he does. You have the technical skills, and management feels that, oh, this person had earned this position. But you are so bad at interpersonal skills.
It's a
you
problem.
cannot manage team. You can't lead a team to achieving good results. Every team you manage, they come out crying.
You're not even
Your
humble.
members come out from the task crying.
For HR.
You get it. So that's a problem, and you need to be holistic in it. The advice is that people should be holistic in development, in their approach to personal development. It should be all round. So you develop both your technical skills, your soft skills, technological skills, everything.
Yes.
So you become one package.
Willing to learn.
Yes.
Always learning. It's a good place to take a break, and when we return, we'll continue on the conversation here on Inspire High. You're watching the Achievement Channel at our School of Eloquence studios right here in Lagos. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Still watching Inspire Her, and we have two amazing women in the studio who have been talking about how women can keep climbing the career ladder. All right, so we're talking about upskilling. Could you speak more on that?
Okay. Well, we've spoken quite extensively about upskilling.
Yes.
And I believe that's one sure way of rising, you know, as a young lady who comes into an organization who has nobody. So you come in, you're trying to grow through the ranks.
Yes,
no
godfather.
No godfather or godmother or, or whatever. You find yourself in an organization from the get-go and you're thinking, I have 10 steps to climb up this ladder. Yes. How do I achieve it? One sure way will be for you to develop yourself personally.
Okay.
Develop yourself within the organization as well to find out, okay, who are the people who can help me to grow, you know, hands-on on the job.
Yes.
I'll give you an example, right? I had this young lady who, I got into the organization, right? And I just noticed that she was quite hardworking.
Okay.
Very hardworking, not quite, you know, and had been, you know, not in a defined role for some time.
Okay.
So at the point where I joined, you know, she came to have a chat with me, you know, and offered herself, you know, to work with me. You know, she says, please, I would like you to mentor me, you know, in this role. And shortly after, you know, I started to throw things at her, you know, that willingness to even take on, like Angela had said, you know, that openness to take on more responsibilities even endeared me more.
Did it for you.
Yes, true. Did it for me, you know. And at some point, you know, when the opportunity came up for her to take us, so someone resigned. So again, an opportunity opened up. So someone resigned, and I said to her, you know,
why not?
Why not? You know, you're the next person in line,
and you've been equipped.
You've been equipped. She was still a bit uncomfortable about it. I remember my first meeting with her. She sat down with me. We were talking for almost 3 hours.
Wow.
And she was taking notes and taking notes. And I said, you can't learn everything at a go. You know, and as God will have it, you know, she got into that role and
she did excellently.
She did so excellently.
But she had kept to herself.
If she had kept to herself, if she
wouldn't have discovered the
she wouldn't have discovered the talent,
the potential,
and if she did not accept the challenge
that she threw at her.
So what keeps a lot of people at a sport is the fear to accept challenge.
True.
So it just boxes them into one place. So you stay within your comfort zone.
Yes,
comfort zone
very dangerous.
A dangerous thing.
Place. Everybody
you
likes
must stay outside of it to be able to achieve success. And if I give a personal story about mine, she spoke to having influencers and role models. That's key.
Yes.
You are you enter into an environment. Look out for influencers, people that you know can positively inspire you. So those can be people. It doesn't have to be up to 2 people. It could just be one person. But if that one person is accessible, that's awesome.
Yes.
Let that person be your mentor.
True.
Even at an informal level.
Yes.
I recall sometime I think that was 2005, right? We usually have this thing we call post-appraisal session.
Okay.
Then, my senior partner used to have all the time to have it with every member of the firm. And I had this post-appraisal session with him. When I came out from that room, it was clear to me that I can't even spend a month without going to register for my master's.
Oh wow. You saw the
It
level.
was clear
Yes.
because he saw the vision.
It was so clear
to me. The next phase of the firm, he sold it to me. And for me, I asked myself, will I be relevant?
You can't
in
fit
this
in
vision I
just your
have now?
bachelor's degree.
So it was clear to me that I needed to go do my master's. The same thing when it was clear to me that I needed to go do my ICANN. Were they challenging? With
Very.
having to,
Yes.
to
juggle
grapple
that
with
with work.
Yes, it's always
work and
challenging.
family
Yes,
front.
yes,
I was
yes,
still
yes.
having my children.
Yes. You can see that.
Then it was not easy. It was not easy. I take for instance, ICANN was really challenging because I was at the peak of my childbearing phase of life.
But you overcame it, and
I
you look at
overcame
you
it.
today.
So it's important that you do not lose the opportunity when it comes.
Yes.
It's important you know when to act and act.
Yes.
You see people, don't be that person that will work in one space, in an environment for 7 years, 5 years,
And you have
10
not
years.
done anything.
And it is the
You've
same
not
thing you came with.
improved.
You came in with.
Yes.
In this age and time, Coursera, where you have Coursera, you have
free courses and all.
Udemy, you have free courses
So
everywhere.
many of them are
and you
there.
can log in and so that time you are using to watch movies.
Please do
That
something
time you are
with it.
using to go visit friends and spend from morning to night.
Yes.
Log on to that
app, that
is it
website,
app, is it website,
but then
is
get
it,
the resources.
what YouTube,
Yes.
and get the resources
you need to get.
to sharpen. If you
Sharpen
read
your
the
skills.
7 habits of
Highly successful people. Yes.
What's number 7? Say sharpen the
Your
saw.
saw, yeah.
Sharpening of the saw is refreshing yourself.
Constantly.
Learning, unlearning and relearning. That's what it's all about.
Very important.
So
Yes.
yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, in 30 seconds, just, talk to a lady out there. Just one statement. I'll start with you first, Ifeoma. Just one statement, and then Angela. Speak to them what they need to do in 30 seconds, and we'll be out of here.
Well, I would say be brave. Never take no for an answer. And just go for it. The sky is never the limit where you are prepared and where you take on the bull by its horns. That's
Fantastic. That's very profound.
Yeah.
I'd say know your words. Be relevant. Add value.
Yes.
And to add value, you have to upskill.
Yeah.
Do not lose opportunities when you see them. Be ready to accept challenges. Be positive and learn soft skills, not just the technical skills. Learn soft skills because they will take you higher.
They will take you higher. And I think that's a good note to end the conversation
Indeed.
today. We've had a fantastic one, fantastic shortcut. I wish we could go on talking about this thing for longer, but I know they'll be back here very soon to continue this conversation. And they've said some things that, are so profound. You have to be an all-rounder when it comes to development. You cannot just be, to one place. You have to know what you're doing, soft skills, technical skills, your interpersonal skills, name it. And this is where we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much again for being here. We had a fantastic conversation. And we'll see you next time on Inspire Her. I'm Christine Davis. Keep being inspired and keep reaching for the stars. Thank you.
Welcome to another enlightening edition of Career Success on Achievement Channel, the show that brings you face to face with remarkable individuals whose journey inspire and empower us all. We are reaching you from our studios, the School of Eloquence, right here in Lagos. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale, and today we are diving deep into the world of financial journalism, a field that shapes economies and informs global decisions. Our guest today is no stranger to influence and impact. He is a consummate financial journalist and development economist, the editor-in-chief of Next Money and CEO of the Center for Financial Journalism. He is the author of the powerful and thought-provoking book, The Power of One Man and the Rage of the Risk God. With decades of experience, Dr. Ray has not only shaped the landscape of financial reporting, but has also contributed immensely to the development of economic policies through his profound insights and fearless writing. He is an authority in financial journalism, and today he is with us in the studio to share his wealth of knowledge and, most importantly, to inspire you and I to see how one individual can make a lasting impact on society. Dr. Ray, we are honored to have you right here with us in Career Success. Welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Ray, let me start first of all from the beginning. Okay. How did it all start? Tell us a little bit about your growing up, your primary education, your secondary school education, and your university education.
Right. I started from a mission school in my village, a mission school run by the Catholic Church. I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
I'm a Catholic.
So where's your village?
Unrepentant Catholic.
I see.
My village is in Ngobala, local government of Imo State. I started out there. Then from there, moved to the secondary school, Obala Secondary School. Obala Secondary School is a mission school as well. It was actually built by the Faith Tabernacle, Faith Tabernacle Church. I think that should be the first school they built in the whole of West Africa or so. I'm not very sure. Yeah. So even by the time I got into that school, it had been taken over by the government, actually.
Okay.
But everything we did still tells anybody this is a mission school. You get up in the morning from the dormitory, you pray, you go to the dining, you pray, you go do your assembly in the morning, sing and all that before you go. So it goes like that. So we had that mission school training and all that. I think it was wonderful. And then from there, gained admission to the University of Calabar to read economics.
Oh.
Yeah. It's something I just can't forget, because then economics was like you leave the secondary school and say, economics, anybody's course. But then you get into the university, you say economics are not that, is a totally different thing. You see mathematics that will make you to run like Philippides and run away and all that. And then by the time you're getting to third year, you meet econometrics. Oh, you feel like leaving the whole place. I said, no, I didn't bargain for this. But for me, it was fine, because mathematics has been, will I say, part of my food. I enjoyed mathematics. I still enjoy mathematics.
I consider people strange who tell me that mathematics is the go-to thing.
No, for me it was good. And interestingly, I was a science, will I say I was a science student, or I actually did science, I did arts, I did commercial, this thing. I did all the sciences. Chemistry, maths, physics, biology, even agricultural science. Yes, but I chose to do something different.
Okay, so tell me some of the remarkable things that happened whilst you were either in primary, secondary, or university, that still stuck to your mind, that is something you cannot forget and contributed to your career success.
Yeah, then, especially in the secondary school, at some point, the school authorities will do certain things that we students consider these are not right and all that. Then it will be who will speak, who will talk and all that. I said, you know what? I am going to write, and we find the way of sending these things right. It will get to the school authorities. They will read and all that. So that was when I started writing.
And that was in secondary school?
Secondary school, yes. I developed interest in that, and then that was also when I wrote my first article for publication in the newspaper, letter to the editor. So even when I was doing all the sciences and all that, I wasn't going to study any science-based course. I knew it. What I wanted to do was to write. I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to like what I was doing then. Look, let me be the voice of my fellow students, right to the university authorities, so that they read and they know what our position is, how we feel, and all that. And they read these things, and then they'll come back, maybe change their decisions and all that. So the next day, everybody will say, write again on this issue, you know. So it was fun.
Yes.
So it was clear, that no, I'm not going to go into this area or that area and all that. So it's going to be communication, writing, journalism. That's what I would do.
Okay, great. So it's obvious that you discovered yourself earlier in life, and that was in secondary
school. Yes.
So how can you use that to advise people, young people now who are struggling to find a path in life, where you think they should practice their career, they think they should go into, and they are still struggling, trying their hands on all kind of things?
Yeah, that is important. Know what you want to be early enough, what you want to do, what you would like to do. And it is possible that you find role models, you find people that like if you look at them, if you look at what they are doing, they said, I actually want to be like these people and all that. I remember then, in secondary school, every Sunday, if I don't get my newspaper, I've not started.
You were reading your newspaper?
Yes. I have a particular columnist. In fact, if he goes on leave, I may not buy newspaper until he returns.
As a secondary school student, what year was that?
Yes.
What year is
we are talking about the 1970s.
1970s.
Yes. I'll go out every day to buy my newspaper. Not every day. I can read the other days in bed. The main one is Sunday. There's a particular columnist. I must read him. And he inspired me a lot. And I wanted to write like
him.
Yeah. So of course, when I continue with that, even when I was reading economics in the secondary school, in the university, the University of Ghana, I was a member of the press club.
Okay.
In fact, some of my classmates who said, "This man, are you serious? You know how tough economics is, and you are wasting your time writing and all that. Come and face your this thing, otherwise you fail." And I said, no, don't worry. I was able to balance the two and all that. So I was writing, as a member of the press club, and I was also doing, and then of course,
so
I was able to also come out with very good grade. I made a second class upper.
The second class.
Yeah, and then of course, second class upper was like the first class. In fact, by then, the university hadn't recorded, that department hadn't recorded any first class. First class was a rarity then, very, very rare.
So did you continue your writing? Did you continue writing when you got admission to the university?
Yes.
And
yes.
And if you did, what was the first job you got after you left the university?
Yeah.
And also, if you have a remarkable story, what transpired while you were in university?
The first job I also got after the university was journalism job. Interestingly, in fact, some of my classmates were going into banking, some going into stockbroking and all that. I was looking for a journalism job. It was like,
you were intentional about your search.
Yes. Okay. Some people will say, "This man, what is their problem? Are you serious? With second class upper in economics, and you want to go to how much do the newspapers pay anyway, and all that, and you're going to look for them instead of going to banking to make good money and all that." But then I really got a journalism job at New Breed then, New Breed organization, one of the best, especially when it comes to investigative journalism. In fact, yes, in fact, it had New Breed then had 2 publications: The President, which is business and economy publication, and then what do you call it? The New Breed newspaper, magazine itself. They were all printed abroad, and then, in fact, by the time I was applying to join a New Breed organization, I was saying, if they employ me and then give me just transport money, I'm good. Yeah, let them not pay me salary. I want my name to be in this newspaper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
magazine actually.
Magazine actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are due for a break. Now, when we come back from this break, Dr. Ray is actually the author of 2 books. One of them is The Power
of One Man.
Yeah. And the second is The
Rage of the Risk God.
The Rage of the Risk God. I want to find out what informed, most especially the name of the second book. Yes. I want to find out why you wrote those books and for what purpose, what inspired you to write that book. We'll be doing that after this break. Do stay with us.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back and many thanks for joining us. It's Career Success and we are still talking to the financial journalist, Dr. Ray Echebiri. Welcome once again to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to find out some, most especially, first of all, you wrote a book, you wrote 2 books actually. One of them is The Power of One Man. You wrote about The Power of One Man, and that is the former CBN governor,
Professor Chukwuma Soludo.
Charles Chukwuma Soludo.
Yes.
Then you also wrote another book, The Rage of the Risk God.
Yes.
What informed the writing of those books?
Yeah, I'm usually excited when everybody talks about my books, because you can't just sit down and write a book if you are not really excited or passionate about what you're writing. No. Otherwise, you can meet writer's block and then that's the end. You may not make progress. So the first one is Rage of the Risk God.
Yes.
What happened then was immediately after the exit of Professor Chukwuma Soludo as the central bank governor, came the global financial crisis, which was occasioned by the mortgage crisis in the US. Of course, it went round the whole world and all that. So, of course, it affected Nigerian banks in some way.
I see.
And then it was after that Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, came in as the central bank governor to replace Chukwuma Soludo. So, because of what happened, the global financial crisis, the effect on Nigerian banks, some of the banks started having issues, started having problems. How did this happen? Immediately after the banking consolidation, many banks had a lot of money. Some of them were quite bullish. They wanted to expand, they wanted to lend, they wanted to... of course, that was natural. That was quite natural. When you have so much money in your vote, do you keep it there? No. If you keep it there, it doesn't yield anything for you. like the classical economists will tell you, cash is barren. So
Without investment.
It doesn't bear children. So you have to invest it to make money, more money. So some of them, even what they had was like not enough anymore for them. They started looking outside to borrow more money from foreign banks, foreign investment banks and all that. And they were, of course, giving them because the opportunities are there.
Okay.
So then came the global financial crisis. It started hitting many American banks.
Okay.
So what they did was to start calling some of the loans they had extended to Nigerian banks.
Oh, okay.
Of course, it was not planned. So some of them started having problems because you just have to give them back their money. And meanwhile, this is money you had already invested, possibly a mortgage, maybe in an estate. I mean, somebody is developing a real estate and you give some billions of naira and the person hadn't even finished. And the person that gave you money said, hey, please, I want my money back and all that.
Now,
and there's nothing you could do. And all that you gave them. So now, because of that, some of them started having problems and all that. Of course, when...
so that's where you got the name, the Rage
yes,
of the Risk
yeah,
God.
the Rage of the Risk God now we are talking about is the Sanusi himself, Lamido Sanusi.
Okay.
You know, he is an expert in risk management.
Okay.
In fact, one of the best, actually, in the country. You know, he became the managing director of First Bank, and that was where he was picked to become and was made the CBN governor. His special area is risk management, risk analysis, right? So, because of what he did, you know, first he sacked MDs of banks, the entire management of how many banks and all that, and then, so that was why I got this thing, Rage of the Risk God.
Let me bring
He's a small God now.
Yes, I
not
understand.
a big one.
Yes. Let me bring you.
Yeah.
Let me bring you into those books.
Yeah.
How have they contributed to your portfolio? You as a successful person.
Yeah.
And how has it moved you up the ladder?
Now, let me tell you straight away. In terms of status, those books have added to my status. In terms of money, they've added a lot. Yes. The interesting thing is that the first one, Rage of the Risk God, was also published abroad by Ex Libris. So, I should be earning some dollars on a regular basis from the sales.
Great.
There. Yeah. Of course, I launched it and then it was still selling here and all that. So I made good money from that. And the second one is still selling and selling very fast. That is the power of one man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I want to know, you faced challenges.
Yeah.
Whilst you were climbing the rung of your career.
Yeah.
Yes. You faced some challenges.
Yeah.
And you overcame some of those challenges. There were some mountains you had to jump over. What are those challenges you faced and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, you see, in any career, you don't move just straight. Something must maybe an obstacle somewhere and all that. It may have to do with certain things you face in your place of work. Some people are now saying, no, hi, why should it be this guy? Why should we get this? Why should we not get that and all that? But the important thing is, even when you are having those challenges or those obstacles, face straight.
Can you point out a specific scenario?
Yeah, you know, at the time, for instance, when I was in Champion newspapers,
okay,
it was the belief that my promotion was too rapid. Yeah, they felt my promotion was too rapid. Of course, some other people will be saying, no, why this guy, why the... And the interesting thing is that I even left Champion newspapers to go abroad for my postgraduate. And even when I came back, I came back to the job and all that. And it was like, hey, why should this guy, his job, you are keeping his job, waiting for... I came back to the same position, as a matter of fact. So, it was like, hey, why him? At least some other person should have, when he comes, he finds his level and all that. But, of course, the management felt that I should
That
continue.
you're worth it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
now I would like to get another specific scenario
Yeah.
of any kind of promotion,
Yeah.
accolade, or celebration you got from any of the organization you were working from that came, that really launched you out there, that you felt, yeah, like, yes, this is it, you felt good. That is quite a success in my career.
Yeah, let me tell you one that is very remarkable.
Yes,
it's not even just from the management.
Mm.
No, it's from the public. When I was the editor of Financial Standard, I went there when the paper was not very, very stable, no. And I went there and my impact, I mean, I'm not, I the risk of sounding immodest now.
Yes.
The paper became hot cake. It was selling like granite. Financial Standard. In fact, I want to believe it that it's the first paper in this country where if you want to place an advert, at some point, at the peak of the the newspaper,
Yes.
when it was doing very, very well, if you don't have your money or you have your check
Already on ground.
sorry, your advert will not go. Sorry. And when it comes to selling, the copy sales, some weeks, it was a weekly newspaper. At some point,
weekly newspaper.
Yes.
Selling
At
that
some
fast.
point, yeah. At some point, they unsold, what you call unsold, that I mean, people didn't buy. You can just count them like this. So it was selling like granite. So as far as I'm concerned, that was the best endorsement.
That you've
That was the best that anybody. I mean, it's more than giving me money, because I just felt I and my colleagues were doing something
What
right.
was driving you? Because you said something earlier that
Yeah.
you don't want, sometimes you just want to be paid transportation, you don't want
Yeah.
to be paid salary,
Yeah.
because you just want to work. What was driving you on the inside?
It's the passion. The passion. I wanted to do something different, and I was doing something different. And that thing, I got it from the motto of my university in the UK.
Okay.
The motto is "Do different."
Do different.
And I applied that seriously. And then the other one was the what you call the Schumpeterian theory of creative destruction. So
Creative destruction.
So almost every month, I was doing something new in Financial Standard. I was innovating. So when you read Financial Standard this month, it's not the same thing you see next month. So if you are competing, if you want to catch me, no, you can't. And then we're doing something different.
Okay.
I mean, totally different from what the whole industry was. So that was why the paper was it was swearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking. For private coaching in public speaking, call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Lastly, in this generation, you see what the youths and the young people are doing. It's a creativity is everywhere in tech, creativity, creative industry, and all of that. How could you advise the young people to not just monetize their creativity, but also to sustain their creativity so that it will yield to them and in a sustainable way where they can't even lose it?
Yeah, the whole of my story here, I don't think I ever mentioned to you that I was pursuing money. No. The first attraction is, this place, am I likely to get in there and make the right impact? Am I passionate about what I'm going to do here or what I'm doing here and all that? Do that, make the right impact, money will come. You have to be passionate about what you are doing or what you want to do. Don't just follow everybody take, how you move into take. Whether it's something that excites you or not. If something doesn't excite me, forget it. I'm not going there. If I'm not passionate about anything, I am not going there. It's not about money.
I see.
Yeah, because if I'm passionate about something and I'm excited about it and I'm doing it and doing it very well, know how money will come.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, those are Dr. Ray's words. Passion, interest. If he's not passionate about a thing, he will not go in there. And because he's passionate, look at where his passion has gotten him. And I think you should take that line too, because it will get you somewhere remarkable. Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for your time.
Thank you very
with
much.
us on
Thank you.
career success.
Thank you very much.
I'm shaking a
Thank you very
successor. So, that's an enlightening conversation with Dr. Ray. He's a true giant in financial journalism and a beacon of leadership and wisdom. Now, remember that each of us has the power to make an impact, to embrace risk, and to lead with purpose. Until next time, stay inspired, stay motivated, and keep striving for your own version of success. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Thanks for watching.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to Achievement. On the Achievements channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. Achievement is a platform dedicated to men who are striving for more. Men redefining success, leadership, and fulfillment beyond titles, trophies, or expectations. Here, we explore real stories and struggles and real growth. I'm your host, Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. And today's episode is titled Redefining Success Beyond Titles and Bank Accounts. Success isn't just about wealth or recognition. It's about alignment, purpose, and peace. And to help us unpack this powerful theme, I'm joined by two accomplished gentlemen who have lived and led through transformation. First, Akin Opatola, a distinguished real estate professional and president of International Real Estate Federation, FIABC Nigeria's chapter. He is also the founder and principal partner at Olawole Jordan Company, one of Nigeria's leading real estate consulting firms. With a solid foundation in banking and over a decade of experience in finance, Akin transitioned from real estate, becoming a chartered surveyor and registered valuer and internationally accredited mediator. Passionate about mentoring the next generation of professionals. Also joining us today is Chris Obaisi, an accomplished entrepreneur, wealth creator, and motivational speaker. With a background in economics, insurance, and risk management, Chris has led major financial institutions, including his tenure as CEO of Spring Life Assurance under Enterprise Bank. Today, he channels his experience into structured finance, business advisory, and agriculture investments, while mentoring young professionals across multiple sectors. Together, we'll be exploring what it truly means to live a life that's not just successful, but significant, one that balances ambition with purpose and achievement with impact. Welcome back, and welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's really nice to have you in the studio today at Achievement. We want to talk about success. You are both very accomplished men, but I'd like you to talk a little bit about success for us. You see, society defines success with wealth, recognition, going up the corporate ladder, and things like that. Let me ask you, first of all, Akin, why do you think this leaves a lot of men so empty in their lives? I mean, I relate with a lot of men by reason of the work I do, and I see that a lot of men tend to feel so empty. Why do you think this definition leaves a lot of men empty?
Okay, good one. So the challenge typically lies with when you try to measure your life with somebody else's life. I think it's bad. You must have your own calling. You must have your own purpose also. Follow your own journey.
Yeah.
Everybody's journey will be different. Yes, success is good. The definition of success means different things to different people. But you see, what you believe in is critical. As long as you're happy with it, I think you should measure success in your own way. Society there's a lot of pressure now, naturally. You look at your neighbor, you look at your secondary school peers, you look at, generally you see what is happening outside, and that pressure is there. But most importantly, are you happy by God? Are you happy by yourself and by family? And I think if you follow those things, then you're good.
That's quite interesting. Chris, what do you think?
Success to me is actualization of one's dream.
Okay.
And it's very key, and that's what I want every man to quickly look into. If you have picked fat bank account as a success, it becomes your definition.
I see.
But that is external validation. But purpose driven is another major thing. When you wake up from where you're still, maybe you are from the very low background then, and you're seeing yourself that, oh, I want to have high-rise XYZ places.
True.
It's a dream. Yes, so actualization of that dream becomes success. I might not have fat money in my bank account.
Okay.
But maybe by virtue of partnership, SPV, I'm able to have that high rise. I've accomplished. That's external validation.
So you're saying that everyone needs to define success for themselves?
It's an individual thing.
Individual. However, Akin, you will agree with me that growing up, especially in this kind of society that we are in, we see our neighbors doing things, we see our neighbors' children, they have certain things that our children don't have and are asking for. We see our classmates living in certain neighborhoods and estates, and we don't have access to things like that. We see children in schools, they're going abroad for summer, and when you come back to school and they ask you, where did you travel to? You say, I went to the village, and it becomes a challenge for a lot of people, peer pressure. Join that with what we have in our society today, talking about social media, the power of social media and what people see. How do you think that social media is putting pressure on men especially to keep up with the Joneses?
Awesome. So that pressure is insane. I feel it. I know it's everywhere. Social media can be for good, and it can also have its huge challenges. So you see, my colleague touched on it.
Yeah.
You must have your own definition of success,
Yeah.
and you must follow it through.
All right.
No matter where the pressure comes in from. And I say that because you must also understand your core values and be consistent.
Yes.
Follow it through. For instance, I read real estate in school.
Okay.
I am now doing what I had planned to do. Are there several people that are more accomplished than me? Yes. Am I trying to benchmark, whether using social media or not? Absolutely not. I'm happy. I'm contented. I am absolutely consistent. I will not jump from one place to the other because, hey, my neighbor is a medical doctor. He has 2 cars.
Yes.
He carries the children on vacation. Oh, no. And I would also like to bring it home and to also speak to a few men that, look, the way we also train our kids to be strong-willed. Whether you go to the village, there are essential things they will learn where they go to.
Correct.
And things like that.
Correct.
So whether it's a village, whether it's overseas, travel is travel, and they will learn some key things. And those things will also form their own character even as they grow up.
And even overseas, maybe all they learn is shopping.
Like that.
They learn how to shop. They go to the big malls and all of that. And the person goes to the village, learns some critical skills for leadership and for growth. Let me ask you, Chris. Is there any personal experience that made you begin to question this definition of success that people have had in terms of wealth, in terms of personal ambition, fat bank accounts and things like that? Is there any personal life experience that made you start questioning?
Yeah, thank you very much. While I was small,
yes,
I was brought up on the streets.
Oh, you're a street boy.
And while I was in school, I intentionally developed that thing that, no, sorry, I hate poverty. So how did I start? I started moving with the, not even middle, high net worth individuals' children. So what do? Know how we behave. We are the boys. They don't know anything, Abi. But I was learning then to say, when I get to their houses, I'll look at their parents, I'll look at their houses, I'll say, okay, fine. Those are the concept of what I want to have for myself in future.
Oh.
Now, it got to a stage, I was with even the likes of the Saidi Legushi and Co, who all went to Lagos University, we were all together, same set, economics. So that propelled me a lot to success because most of the time when we were sitting down, and I was staying in one estate called Ibai Estate. So most of the students there, they will say, his parents stay there. I will not stay with my parents. I rather rented apartment away because so that they will even know me.
Yeah.
Those things made me to see success as, sorry, they don't have 2 heads. They have 1 head, like me. So, and their parents made that wealth. I'm going to make my own and leave. And while I was in NYSC, I saw people preparing CV. And I asked a question, it was a jamming question I asked myself then.
Yeah.
Can I build this empire by seeking for a job? By preparing CV? I just said that to myself, Chris, no, you won't. It's not possible.
That's amazing. At that stage in your life.
I said, it's not possible.
Yeah.
So while I went back to Lagos, I went to meet a friend. Sorry, can I be selling something for you on a commission? Because I know that's the only way you can make money. You are open. He said, why not? So he went to his uncle. He said, okay, you can give me a stipend, So I'm just an husband. So, but anything I sell, give me commission on it. He said, okay, discuss with uncle. They took me there and I said, okay, fine. I was selling soap.
Wow.
I'll do the soap. I'll put my rucksack I'll go to the market, I'll get the sample, I'll get suppliers.
Okay.
I deliver it. With that potential, so which I have this natural born ability in me.
To sell.
To sell.
I see.
So I picked up an insurance job. So when I picked up an insurance job in October, what did I do to myself? October, December, I was top 10.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Let me hear from Akin. Do you have any life experience, if you can share that with us in less than 1 minute?
Yes, I do. So growing up, my dad was a civil servant.
Okay.
Worked in one of the ministries. But you see, and here I tried to develop myself and my siblings with that character.
I see.
Money was not too much, but he cultivated the habit of savings. He reached the pinnacle of his career gradually. Of course, we had neighbors in the neighborhood where we were staying, where people were very, very well off. But he instilled with us that character, that, hey, it's not about how much you have, it's how much you can save. So he built houses in Lagos, built houses in Abuja, built houses in the village.
From savings.
From savings.
And
so,
he wasn't moved by what his neighbors and friends and all
goodness.
were doing.
In fact, he will also tell us that, look, okay, even if I have all the money,
yes,
during my obituary, how many times do you see people mention people's bank accounts?
Wow.
Whether foreign or local. They will say legacy. They will say the things the person has done, the impact.
Thank you.
So that lived with myself and my siblings.
What a fantastic experience. My friends, you've done a fantastic job in helping us to understand this definition of success and the difference between how people tend to look at success and how we should look at success. You've told us that really success is how you define it. Success is how you define it. So people should not be struggling. You should not feel uncomfortable when somebody else beside you seems to be succeeding, because really, if you look at some of those people, if you x-ray their lives, some people you think are succeeding, you really x-ray their lives. You go and hear their stories, you'll be shocked that it's either the success is not real or there's something else they did that you would never do.
That's correct.
And in this era of social media, almost all the things on social media, honestly, put so much pressure on people, but they are not real. And in this era of artificial intelligence, you can see that there are certain images you see, they are not real.
Absolutely.
Someone can take your voice and put on Akin's voice and make Akin to have a big chest as if he's a as if he's a bodybuilder. Meanwhile, he's a very slim gentleman and very fit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And now we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we'll talk some more about success.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Yeah, I am Chizimako Akabusi John. I want to say a big shout out to Achievement Channel for your good work, your innovations, and your encouragement. A big shout out. Boza! Boza! Boza!
My name is Adejo Oshaba, the chairman of Zichis Agro-Allied Industries PLC. A big shout out to Achievement Channel, to you and all the effort you're putting in. And with all, whatever you're doing, you crown the success going forward. Thank you.
Welcome back to Achieve Men. And we do have the men of achievement here who who have told us a lot about success and the definition of success. Now, we want to talk about purpose, gentlemen. You did mention while we were discussing, we talked about purpose. I think you mentioned something about calling, and I did hear purpose from one of you, and then you talked about ambition. So, question is, how can a man tell when his life and work are in full or true alignment with their purpose? So maybe you want to first of all tell us, Akin, what do you believe purpose is? When you mentioned calling, what do you believe calling is? And how can a man tell if their life and work are in alignment with that calling or purpose?
Okay. So it's difficult to explain. But you see, for myself and for the viewers, if I want to simplify it, and this is the way I'll explain it to my younger self or to a kid. I'll say, if you're happy, if what you are doing makes you happy, makes your family happy, and it pleases your God, honestly, I think it is fine. And I say that because, so I see teachers. To me, I think teachers should be the highest paid.
I agree with you, honestly. I've always thought about that.
Firefighters, the amazing policemen, the armed forces that take care of the nation. But you see, it is not so. But what you don't want is looking over your shoulder and say, if I am a businessman, Dangote or $10, maybe your calling, your purpose will be different. True. Are you happy? Are you pleased? Does it please your God? Is family happy? Everybody's race will be different.
Because there used to be a program on TV, The Rich Also Cry. You remember that? The Rich Also Cry. So people who are wealthy sometimes are not happy when you talk about happiness. There are people who have everything they want, everything they need, but they're not happy. And that's why you find some celebrities committing suicide and we're shocked. We're like, oh, but this person seems to be the happiest person on earth. So there needs to be that alignment, like you said. What do you think, Chris?
One of the major causes of depression is when there is no alignment of your purpose and your work-life balance. Now, let me just bring it this way. My purpose in life is to make sure I build successful people.
Okay.
And along the line, I am compromising my principle because I want money. Is there any alignment there?
Well, but you have to pay the bills.
No. Is there any alignment? That is, my purpose in life is to build people. In terms of integrity, credibility, accuracy. And along the line, I found myself in a society environment whereby those principles, those core values, I'm compromising in the course of work. And I'm lying to people out there, this is how it should be, whereas that's not how it should be. Am I aligning?
I see where you're going with that.
So when you look at that aspect, you realize that a lot of us, especially in this part of the world, we are only living life for existence.
Survival.
Yeah, not for impactful. One of the key things I always tell any born leader is to learn to mentor, monitor, motivate, and multiply.
Please, can you say that again? There are how many M's there? I think I see like 4 M's there.
4 M's.
You said what?
You need to
mentor, yes.
Because you have a mission.
Yes.
You need to mentor. You need to motivate.
Motivate,
you need to monitor your...
monitor.
There is what we call succession plan, which is you must multiply yourself.
And then multiply yourself in others. That's leaving a legacy.
Thank you. So if you cannot get that right, life is meaningless. No matter what the fat bank account you have or the asset you have acquired.
Well, absolutely true. I mean, I recently went for a funeral, and as the burial was going on, I was reflecting. I mean, this is someone who at some point was extremely rich, could afford everything they wanted, but was going into a very small compartment in the earth, and there was nothing else going with that person. All the big cars, all the money, all the houses, all the, everything, and this person just goes alone. And so I asked myself, so what is the point fighting for all of those things? Because my next question is, which one do you think brings more fulfillment? Is it achieving our purpose or achieving our ambition? Becoming wealthy if we wanted to be wealthy, achieving the things we want to achieve. Or being in alignment with our core purpose. Okay, what would you say? Which one do you think brings more fulfillment?
So I think the two go hand in hand.
Okay.
I think the two go hand in hand. And I'll give you a few classic examples. Number one, permit me to also drop some names. If you look at somebody like chairman of UBA Group,
yes.
Tony Lumelu.
Tony Lumelu, yes.
He acquired wealth,
yes,
highly successful. Then the banking policy came out that, hey, if you've done more than 10 years as a bank CEO, you must leave.
Yes.
In fact, I think
it was probably
amazing.
the first to
yes. Put succession planning in place, like you rightly said, and he has built a lot of leaders that have run the bank successfully.
True, absolutely.
In leaving, in fact, he has even grown his legacy far and beyond with his entrepreneurship concept that he's doing across Africa.
And the interesting thing is that I worked at UBA at some point.
Wow.
Before he came, anyway, before he came.
Yes. You can imagine.
I worked at UBA before.
Interesting.
Before they took over UBA. And the interesting thing about UBA is my dad worked at UBA.
No way.
My mom worked at UBA. I worked at UBA. And I met my wife at UBA.
Wow.
So that legacy continues. Wow. That legacy. So go ahead. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So you see that he had made the wealth. Wealth is good.
Absolutely.
Wealth is good. And he has impacted the legacy part.
Yes.
And he still has youth on his side. So I'm still wondering what he's still going to do with
more. Yes.
That's one. So if you look at somebody like Nelson Mandela, he was never known to have deep pockets or amassed wealth.
True.
But you see, he has his purpose. He has redefined when you say forgiveness. And it is legendary. You mentioned that name, it is household. People like Dr. Adadevo,
yes,
that sacrificed her own self.
True.
So you see it now cascade around Mother Teresa.
Yes.
These are not people that have made wealth,
Yeah,
but their name still lingers on and on.
True.
So it's amazing. Yeah. We just have to strike that balance together. It's a delicate skill.
I think I agree with you. Chris, what would you say? Which is more important? Which one do you think brings more fulfillment? Is it someone who achieves what they want, or someone who at the end of the day is able to make impact and there's alignment with their purpose? Akin has given the examples of people like Nelson Mandela, who I love so much. He talked about forgiveness with Nelson Mandela. I remember one time I was teaching a workshop and I did use the Nelson Mandela example, and somebody, it was in South Africa, and somebody said, no, I don't consider him a good leader because he could not forgive. And I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? He could not forgive. And she said, he could not forgive his wife. Winnie Mandela, right? So, but then if you really go into Nelson Mandela's head, you probably understand why he chose, because you can make a decision, right? You can make a decision, and your decision can be based on certain principles. Maybe it doesn't mean that he didn't forgive. He could have forgiven in his heart, but made a decision that I'm not going to go ahead with this. So what do you think brings that fulfillment?
No, one is external validation, the other one is internal validation.
Okay.
Society is also a major factor that can influence this. If there is adequate social welfare security on ground.
Okay.
I think internal validation supersedes external validation. Now, as I ask myself a question, why are people amassing so much wealth? And you end up not going with the wealth. and you end up failing yourself internally. Because people realize when they are inspired. And how do you see yourself inspired? I will tell you, it's a very simple thing. You are a rich man, but you have a scattered home. And the first level devil wants to penetrate a nation is to scatter a family.
Family, yes.
Now, devil has won, but you have wealth. Now, you now go to expiration age. Nowhere to go to.
That's you mean the old
age?
Okay, okay. When
I see your wealth here and there.
Yes,
I mean, scattered.
yeah.
People are waiting for you to die to eat the money, and your children are nowhere to be found. Now, I ask a salient question.
Wow.
Which one is superior?
Superior. I understand that.
I rest my comment there.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris and Akin. Thank you so much for being here. But I want to ask you, what are your final words for our viewers out there? I know this is achievement, but I also know that there are a lot of ladies who are watching us and enjoying what we're discussing, and maybe they will share with the men in their lives. If you wanted to drop a final word, even if it's one word, 2 words, 3 words, a phrase, a sentence, what would be your final word? Let's start with you, Akin.
So for me, it's almost like a prayer that we should all strive for contentment.
Contentment.
Yes, and a little bit of consistency. Whatever you are doing, keep at it. This journey for success is not. It's a journey.
It's a journey.
It's a journey.
And not a destination.
Not a destination. Right. Keep at it. A lot of the successful people you see there, they've been at it. If you look through their journeys, so that you don't hop from one place to the other, and stay consistent and be contented. Yeah.
So contentment and consistency. That's what we need, Chris.
To be purposeful in life, you must be intentionally disciplined. Okay. Allow your principle overrule your preferences. That's just what I would say to anybody. And you to do that, especially for the younger ones, the single ones, please, it's a message. You be intentional about your spouse. Because 75% of your purpose will be determined by the spouse you choose.
Oh, that is serious. 75%
of your purpose in life will be determined by the spouse you choose.
I need to go and chew more on that. I need to chew more on that.
Because a lot of people failed at that level.
Yeah.
They put external validation above internal satisfaction.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chris. You are saying intentional discipline is what we need, and then of course contentment and consistency. Thank you so much for being with us, gentlemen. Thank you. What a powerful conversation we've had today. Ladies and gentlemen, redefining success not as what we possess, but who we become in the process. A huge thank you to my guests, Akin Okpatola and Chris Ogbaisi, for sharing such deep insights and experiences. If today's discussion has inspired you, remember this. True success isn't about climbing higher, but becoming deeper, more aligned, more fulfilled, and more impactful. Join us next time on Achievement as we continue to explore the journeys, the struggles, and the triumphs that shape extraordinary men. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow at Achievement channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, as you know, Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring content and updates. Don't miss it. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. We'd like to hear from you. My name is Victor Diali. Please call me Victorious Victor, reminding you, don't just chase success, live with purpose. Until next time, stay driven, stay grounded, and keep achieving.
Hello Achievers, and welcome to Timeless Capsule with me, Mr. Motivator, where we tap into age-old wisdom to fuel our journeys to greatness. Today's timeless truth is as powerful as it is profound. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. These words aren't just a catchy phrase. They are a philosophy, a battle cry, and a reminder that adversity is not the end, but the beginning. Indeed, the beginning of something extraordinary. Let's face it, life throws storms our way. Here in Nigeria, for instance, the challenges we are currently navigating can feel quite overwhelming. Take the devaluation of the naira, the climbing inflation, soaring unemployment, and not forgetting the uncertainty in the future, not just for many of our youths, but of course, the aged as well. It's easy to feel stuck, lost, deflated, or even defeated. But let me tell you this, tough times don't define you. Rather, your response to them does. This is where the magic of resilience comes in. This is when the tough, the determined, the resourceful, and of course, the unstoppable get going. You are such, and you had better get going so that life does not leave you behind. Here is what we must remember. Challenges don't come to break us, they come to build us. They shape our character, stretch our capabilities, and more than anything else, unlock potential that we didn't even know we had within us. So, when the going gets tough, the tough have a number of options. Option 1, you can adapt and innovate. Tough economic times are an invitation to think right outside the box. This is the moment to rethink how we use our limited resources, how we create solutions and transform obstacles into opportunities, regardless of what field of endeavor we find ourselves. Secondly, we must discover new paths. High employment? Well, that in itself could be a call to explore entrepreneurship. You can turn your passion into your paycheck. Find what makes your heart beat faster and then build something extraordinary from it. Next, you can rise stronger. Resilience is like a muscle. The more we use it, the stronger it gets. Every setback is indeed, as Willie Jolly said in his book, a setup for a comeback. Now, don't get me wrong, I know it's hard. The weight of the challenges can feel crushing. But here's the thing, diamonds are formed under pressure, and the steel is forged in fire. You, my friend, are being shaped into something extraordinary, despite all of these challenges that we face. And as Winston Churchill himself said, if you're going through hell, keep going. This is not the time to waver. This is not the time to second guess. This is not the time to doubt yourself. This is not the time to roll back. If anything at all, it is time to keep going, smarter, more innovatively, and making the most of what lies in front of you. As a result, you can start by taking action. Do not wait for the perfect moment, because in reality, it does not exist. Start where you are. Do what you can with what you have. Secondly, I want to urge you to stay connected. How? By building relationships. You can find mentors, find ways and means to collaborate with other people. Because when we connect, we become stronger, we become wiser, we become better. And then thirdly, you've got to keep learning. Educate yourself. Every new skill, every bit of knowledge is a step closer to your breakthrough. And if there's anything we enjoy in the world today, it is the preponderance of learning opportunities across a variety of platforms, online and offline, and of course through various connections with individuals, various groups that can strengthen us and bolster our current knowledge capabilities. And as the saying goes, knowledge is power. You, my friend, are tougher than the challenges that you face. You are stronger than the storms around you. And yes, you are capable of achieving greatness, even in these toughest of times. So, when the going gets tough, don't stand still, don't shrink back, rise up, push forward, and prove to yourself and the world that you are indeed unstoppable. So, until next time right here on the Achievement Channel, this is Mr. Motivator reminding you to stay strong, stay resilient, and never stop achieving.
Everyone, welcome to another inspiring episode of Mighty Moms, the show where we celebrate the incredible journeys of mothers who are shaping our world. I'm your host, Sarah Rabbit, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today we are diving into a topic that reminds us just how powerful motherhood can be in driving positive change. Our focus today is on global influence, mothers leading social change. Our guest is a true pioneer, a mother who has navigated and transformed one of the most challenging industries out there, the maritime sector. She's the chairman and CEO of Bomara Investment Limited, a key figure in women in maritime Africa, and a recipient of multiple awards recognizing her humanitarian and philanthropic efforts. Please join me in welcoming Hajia Bola Muse. Hajia Bola, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You have had an incredible career spanning over 30 years in the maritime industry. Could you tell us how your journey began and how being a mother has influenced your leadership style?
Well, thank you so much. Let me first of all tell you my story before fetching into the maritime. Because I think there is always a beginning somewhere. You have to begin from somewhere before you move to somewhere. And I believe I'm somebody that's very passionate in whatever I'm doing. And you know, when a child, when you are going to school, when you are trying to grow up, your teacher is always asking, what did you want to become in future? How did you want to see yourself? Where do you want to go? And I think it all started that I like good things and I loved to struggle to have things done on my own way. I'm a resilient person and I don't want anybody to do anything for me. I want to do it for myself, and that is how it all began. And I'm not the type of person that's used to do buying and selling, because I believe because of the passion that I have and because of who I am, I'm a very emotional person, I will end up giving all whatever I have free. So maybe that is why God's just taking me to
created that space for
that space for me. That okay. So when the idea of the maritime came in, I was like, okay, let me grab it. Back to how the maritime journey began and being a mother. The maritime began successfully, and I have the passion because I go through the maritime school. And when I went through the maritime school, everything, I was able to understand the integrity and I was well prepared of what is in future for me. And maritime is about trust. When you trust, the sky will be your limits and everything. And as a mother, I'm a mother is a multitask, and I'm a very passionate person. So due to this, I was able to juggle both way, because as a woman, you should be able to put plus and minus together, both in the office and outside.
Thank you very much. Now, talking about the maritime industry, we all know that maritime industry, even way back 30 years ago, was solely male dominated. How did you navigate your way through it all, especially as a mother and as a woman? And what were some of those challenges that spurred you on to enable you, that motivated you to keep going in the industry?
You know, when you have a passion for something, no matter the obstacle that you come across on your way, you just excel in it. And I believe that is what has been keeping me, because the empathy and the resilience really navigates me to a brighter role, especially in the maritime industry, that is where male dominated area, because you face a lot of bias, you face a lot of harassment, you face a lot of bullying in the maritime. But when you have the passion to do things, you will not look back, because I'm that kind of person that I don't look back in whatever I want to do, because I believe in moving forward. And as a mother, I said before that I make sure that I draw the map. When you draw a line in whatever, this is office and this is house, you'll be able to juggle both ways and see. Even the men, because when the men see that, okay, this is the kind of person that this person is, they will not really dare do whatever they don't want to do with you.
So you're simply saying that as a woman, you were not afraid of the male gender. You only focus on your passion,
on my passion,
and the ability to achieve whatever you wanted to achieve. Thank you very much. Now, your philanthropic work has earned you numerous awards. Can you share one or two stories where your role as a mother motivated you to give out to the society? Because we know that from your activities that you've been giving out, reaching out to various community, giving out without looking back, unconditionally, what are those things that motivated you to give out to the society?
You see, they said charity begins at home. And when you have empathy, a lot of things will be smooth for you in a way. Because I believe that when you are giving out, maybe you are reaching out one way or the other to somebody or to neighbor, to whoever, is a passion and is God calling. Because not everybody has the mind of giving. This is what I really want to, and that is what the lesson I've been teaching, imbibe in my children. And up to today, I thank God for who they are and what they are doing in their own field. To me, I believe in giving out, and I believe when you give Almighty God, you get a reward for it. And that is what has been keeping me going. And maybe because of my upbringing or where I'm coming from, and there is gift, reward in giving out. I believe that is what has been keeping me going.
Thank you so much.
We'll
go on a short break. Please stay tuned. Motherhood is a transformative journey that shapes our children and us. It's filled with joy, challenges, and profound growth. Today, we honor the unsung heroes, our mothers, whose love and dedication lay the foundation for our achievements. Motherhood teaches resilience, the strength to wake up each day with purpose, despite sleepless nights. This resilience empowers us to overcome obstacles and reach our goals. It fosters creativity, and problem solving. From soothing a crying baby to managing a household, mothers develop invaluable skills that drive success in ever-changing environments. Today, we celebrate every mother who has doubted herself yet continue to push forward. Your love, sacrifices, and commitment are the true markers of success. You are the heartbeat of your family, and your influence reaches far beyond your home. Today, to all the mothers watching, remember this: your journey, filled with love and perseverance, is the foundation of all-round achievement. You are raising the next generation of dreamers, leaders, and innovators. Your role is powerful.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality-absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
Back to Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. Hajiya Bola, as a mother, you have likely instilled values of leadership and community in your children. Now, how do you think your role as a mother and as a leader influences social change, especially in the area of family and societal levels?
Okay. I think there is an adage that says charity begins at home. And whatever anybody wants to do, especially mothers, you just have to imbibe a good relationship with your children, have a good relationship with your children, and you instill an empathy, responsibility to these kids, and let them know that life is not the way it is. This will enable them to attain whatever level that they want to achieve in life. And as a mother, this role applies to you also, because whatever you are doing, the kids are watching. And that is what they can be able to leverage on. But now, as a mother that knows the responsibility at home, should be able to walk our way out in a different way. That, okay, this is my family and this is what is happening to me at office or in a community that you find yourself.
Okay, so what you're simply saying is that your ability to instill the leadership traits,
yes.
Your ability to train your children to reach out to the community, just like you
yes, and lead by example,
has enabled you to be able to influence the society as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, what advice would you want to give to a mother or mothers watching you right now who aspire to make a global change, whether in business, social change, or in their community? Mothers are watching you, they are listening to you, and they know that you're a philanthropist. and they want to be who you are, they would like to do what you are doing, what advice would you want to give to them?
My advice to mothers is believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, you'll be able to move mountain. Because especially, I'm using myself as an example. I believe in myself. I know that I can do it. That is why I'm doing it. I'm a mother of 4. To God be the glory. And I'm self-employed and a career woman. You'll be able to juggle both ways if you believe in yourself and you have the strength, because you have the strength of your family and the support. If your family supports you in whatever you are doing, you'll be able to move mountain within the space of your responsibility. So that is what I can say to that. Believe in yourself.
So mothers out there have to believe in themselves?
Yes, know your strength.
If you have a dream, you have to go head on and pursue it,
know your strength,
and achieve it within your strength. That's what you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we cannot continue if I do not bring this in. Hajia Bola, you are a busy woman with your career spanning over 30 years. I know you hold a lot of responsibilities. I want to ask you, how do you unwind? We are talking about self-care now. How do you unwind? What do you do to unwind?
Well, my friends knows me that I'm a very bubbly person, because when you finish from the day's work, the responsibility now is you are going home to make sure that you take the home responsibility. I don't joke with my family in my home space. I make sure that I have my family around me, and I party a lot with my friends, and I practice mindfulness and meditation. And apart from that one, I dance a lot. You know, I listen to music and dance, and I do a lot of small exercise. I'm not an exercise freak, but I think I do a lot of exercise, maybe environment friendly. I can just take a walk around within the environment there and do some certain things. But most important thing is that I stay with my family. With my family, it's number one.
You stay with your family, you spend time with your family because you are a family person.
Yeah.
You meditate a lot.
Yes.
You exercise.
Yes.
And you party.
Yes.
We will take a short break. Mighty Mom returns shortly.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional in Lagos and Abuja.
Call 0802 3032 066. Log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
Teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back to the Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. We still have a Mighty Mom in the studio with us today, Hajia Bola Muse. Hajia has shared some incredible lessons and insight on the journey of motherhood, and of course, on her career as a maritime professional. Now, let's move on to Moment of Connection, where we'll be hearing directly from some of our viewers. Goodness Abiola on X wrote, philanthropy requires a lot of financial resources and support. If you were not in the maritime field, would you still be a philanthropist? Again, on X, Faith Robinson wrote, I still struggle with self-care. I'm a mom of 1 toddler, and my husband doesn't want a house help. How do I submit and still have time to take care of myself? Crafty questions. What are your thoughts, Hajia?
Is everything still boiled down to yourself? Who are you? And what do you want for yourself?
Who are you answering now? Is it the
question?
If
yes.
you were, okay.
Yes, everything still boiled down to the question. I'm answering to the question now.
Okay.
So, about the goodness.
Okay, goodness is asking if you were a philanthropist.
Yes, that's it. If you
were
not a
in the
maritime
industry, will you still be a philanthropist?
Sure, I will, because being a philanthropist is a passion. It's a matter of mind. It doesn't have anything to do with your work ability. So it's a passion. I will still be there because I believe that Almighty God has given me the strength to be able to assist the needy. What stops me? Even if I'm a cake bean seller on the street, the little one I have, I will still use it to assist the needy. I will still be there. I will still do that.
So philanthropy has nothing to do with your career. It's the ability to give when
it's a passion.
Necessary.
Yeah.
You must have the passion to give. Thank you. Then the
second one, she says she's a mother of toddler.
Her husband doesn't want
her herself. Yeah. Maybe what she should do is she should first of all understand herself. What does she want? Because if your husband do not want you to get an help and you're a mother of 1, you have a long way to go. All men want a concentration on their child, but it's left to you. Thank God to AI now. Everything is easy. You can do a lot of things online without stepping out of anywhere to take care of the home front. So you can do a lot of business online. Think of what you do. Know your strengths. You don't need to go out to do a lot of things. So when you go out there, when you are inside the house, find a computer, go online, check for a lot of things to do on your own, do some research, and you'll be able to take care of the child. When the child, especially maybe when the child is reach the age of going to school, when the child is in the school, you can be able to do 1 or 2 things at home, maybe online, business-wise, you do some business for yourself. And when you are still at home, do some homework as you are still doing. You know, women are multitask. There's nothing women cannot do at one go. So while you are still online, focusing on your business, you can be doing some house chores and everything like that.
And taking care of your baby and your family.
Before the baby comes back from school, even if it's at home, if the baby has not even reached the age of going to school, she can still do that because the baby will sleep, it will take a nap, and you do a lot of things within that period so that you'll be able to manage and you please everybody. You please yourself, you please your husband, and you please your child. Women are multitasked. There's nothing women cannot do.
So a mother has no excuse.
No excuse.
If you have a dream.
A dream.
If you aspire to be a career
just
person,
follow your dream.
As a mother, you can still.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hajia, thank you so much for taking us through your journey.
Thank you.
Your story has been so inspiring, and I'm sure our viewers out there have also learned 1 or 2 things. Your story has truly shown us that as mothers, we can lead powerful and positive role to change the narrative, even in the maritime industry, which to so many may seem so daunting. Thank you so much. We wish we could continue.
And the woman should be able to inspire others. Woman should inspire others. Because as you move in, you have to make sure that you motivate
other people, another person. So as a leader and as a mother, you must have the ability to inspire, to mentor and lead others. Thank you so much. So you don't climb the ladder alone.
No.
You allow the ladder
for others to climb.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Just like as I'm doing in my community.
In your community. Thank you so much for your inspiration.
Thank you.
We would have continued, but this is where we call it a wrap. Thank you so much for being in the studio with us. God bless you.
Thank you for having me. And thank you. God bless Achievement Channel
yes.
and Mighty Mom.
And Mighty Moms, because you are a mighty mom.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
For our viewers, I hope today's conversation reminds you of your own potential to make an impact, no matter where you are or what field you are in. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today on Mighty Moms. Stay tuned for our next episode, where we continue to celebrate mothers who are making waves in their communities and beyond. Until then, keep dreaming, keep striving, and remember, you have the power to lead change. I'm Sarah Roberts. See you next time.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Hello and welcome to another insightful episode of Career Success, the show dedicated to equipping you with the knowledge and inspiration to excel in your professional life. My name is Sunday Iwolebi, your host, and you're tuned in to the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. Get ready to be inspired today. We have the privilege of welcoming Mr. John Ewodahi, a true veteran of the Nigerian economic landscape. From his early days as a chartered accountant to setting up financial systems for a pioneering bank and culminating in his impactful leadership at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. John's journey is a masterclass in career evolution. He is now a senior partner and CEO. His expertise continues to shape businesses and the public sector. Please give a warm welcome to John. Welcome to Achievement Channel, Mr. John.
Thank you very much, Sunday.
It's been
nice
a pleasure
to be with you guys here today.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Yeah. So I see your career started with a very strong foundation in accounting, beginning from the Institute of Management and Technology, Enugu. Yes. How has this foundation shaped your success trajectory?
Well, thank you very much for that question. IMT is an institution that really shaped us in the field of accounting. It gave me a mindset that gave me the ability to be able to, have a structured mind. When you are looking at anything, you have structure. You kind of be organized more, and then you now have ethical values that are brought in to those activities that surround you, and then you now also have critical and analytical way of thinking. These are the type of things that we were taught. And so wherever we find ourselves in every profession, you kind of look at everything in an organized format. You structure whatever the situation is. You also look at whether it's ethical, whether they are right, the values that you bring into them. And also, you have to have an analytical mind so that whatever anybody is telling you, you're kind of looking at it from a point of view of looking at it, whether the story adds up, where there is a gap, you easily find that out, especially when you are looking at things in that manner. Also, it's taught us about discipline. In the accounting profession, you just have to be disciplined. And that means you have to be focused on what you are doing, because accounting sometimes brings out or demands pressure. There are tight deadlines that you have to fulfill. Maybe at the end of the month, you want to prepare the report for that particular end of the month. And in these days, the end of the month is 30th of, maybe say 30th of the month. And you have to bring out your report maybe the first day of the next month and to be able to report on it. That means that you have to walk very a tightrope to be able to get that. Or if you are doing maybe an audit for a client that needs to his accounts, there are some organizations that the regulation demands that they must produce their financials at a particular time, maybe 3 months after the end of year. And this might be very large organizations that will take time to gather all this information. If you are not disciplined, if you are not well structured, and you do not work hard enough, you might not be able to meet that deadline. So those are the type of things that IMT gave us while we were training as accountants.
Oh, great. So this structured thinking, analytical thinking, and discipline must have been really rewarding, because it has moved you from various sectors. You have moved from accounting, you have delved into oil and gas, you have also delved into banking, even culminating into the setting up of the financial systems for Magnum Trust Bank.
Yes.
So what key principles have guided you in navigating different sectors? Because it's not enough to be disciplined, to have analytical thinking, to have structured thinking. There must have been some things that guided you in your navigation of several sectors.
Yes, in the accounting profession, you have some guiding principles that enable you to do your job. One of these principles is integrity. It's very important. You have to have integrity in whatsoever you're doing, because whatever you're going to report, don't forget it's not yours, but you are going to bring out. Some people will rely on that information. Maybe the financial statements you have produced or the reports you are producing, people rely on those documents to be able to make decisions. You have to have integrity when you are preparing them. You also have to be objective about what you are doing, because you don't allow bias, to come into play when you are doing your job. And that's why we have guiding principles in those ones. Like, you are an auditor to a company, you are required not to hold shares in those companies. Because as you look at them, being a human being, when you are trying to audit the work of that. If you own some part of that company,
conflict of interest,
definitely, yes, there will be conflict of interest because you are going to look at it beyond what you are supposed to do because of your interest in that. So you have to be objective. You also have to have professional competence. Now, what is professional competence means that you have to know the job and you have to be able, you don't do jobs that you are not well trained for. So you don't dabble into things when you are doing the accounting for or the audit for an organization. You might come across certain transactions that you are not trained for. For instance, you want to value a property, a company that has a building or land, and they are telling you this is the value. You don't have the competence, so you might have to rely on experts like estate valuers and surveyors to be able to give you that type of thing. If there is a case that is ongoing, there's an issue that is ongoing, and they are saying, oh, you are trying to determine the liability of the company. You are not a lawyer. So you might have to rely on a lawyer to say, look, how far is this case going? What is our exposure? And so that you can bring it in. So you have to have professional competence, know what you are doing, but don't do what you are not trained to do. And then you have to be diligent in your work. That means you have to do the job the way it's supposed to be done. Yeah, you are not supposed to go outside of your brief. And accounting has different aspects. You have, accounting. You have taxation. You have advisory services. So if you have been asked to go and do an audit, you concentrate your effort in doing your audit. You don't go and dabble into the taxation aspect of that, So, and of course, as a professional, you have to have a professional behavior. There are standards. You have to carry yourself as a professional, because that's what anybody that sees outside will place reliance on to say this man is an expert. You can't go there and begin to run down by your behavior and they say, oh, I thought this man said he's a chartered accountant. And look at how he's behaving in public, So all of this type of thing bring trust, bring confidence in people that want to deal with you. Accountability is another aspect. You have to be accountable in whatever you are doing. And being accountable means that, in fact, we say you have to have accuracy and integrity. This is our motto in ICANN. You must be correct. So if you say, 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. You must be sure that it's 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. You have to be accountable and responsible. All of these things. Independence is another aspect. You have to be independent, especially when you are doing carrying out an audit. And that means you have to move yourself away from the inside. So you don't allow internal influence or external influence to, make, and your independence is not just to be seen. I mean, it's not just a thing of your mind. Okay, I know I'm doing this thing. It has to be seen. Yeah. So these are some of the guiding principles that shaped us. Yes, to
several sectors.
Yes,
so these distinctive habitual characters of integrity, objectivity, professional competence, independence, and all of. So now you have been able to use these ingredients of success to not just crisscross different sectors.
Yes.
You have now transitioned into consulting, offering management and accounting solutions before you now join the prestigious Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria as registrar.
Yes.
Wow.
We moved from directorship to registrar.
Yeah, that's significant. Yeah, that's significant. We're not accountants, but then we know that ICANN is really a prestigious institution.
It's
so you rose to the rank of registrar.
Yes.
And then being part of the team or leading the process that churned up innovations such as on-screen marking.
Yes.
Tell us something about that. Our viewers at home would like to draw some values and virtues.
you know, your experience builds up as you go along. You have your basic training, which is more of academic, and then you have your practical training also, which makes you have a hands-on. And then after that, you now begin to build on your experience. And in different, as you go along different organizations or different institutions, you begin to garner more experience. Like me, I did work in 2 practicing firms. So that gave me a wide scope. And even in that, you had different clients. So it even gives you wider experience. And then I went to Texaco, I went to the banking sector, I went to Commerce Bank, I went to Magna Trust Bank. With all of those experiences, we were able to build accounting system for them. So when I now came into ICANN, I also had the privilege of working in different departments as director. I was director in the faculties. I was the director in the membership affairs. And in those places, we had responsibility for addressing members' needs and issues, and also training. We had the continuing training programs for our members. We also provided support for practicing firms. So all of this gave me more experience and ideas of what is happening. And then we now transitioned from that to the examination department. In ICANN, we had two types of examination. We have the professional examination, and we have the accounting technician, which is a lower grade for them. But I was the director, so I superintended over both. And in the process, it was more of manual and physical processes that we had then. We had to bring people from all over the country to a point where they would be able to set the questions. And then after that, we have to bring some other people to review the questions they have set and put them in what we call our bank. And then when the time for examination comes, only about 2 or 3 people are able to access the bank and bring out and select the questions that will be set. Examination is a very very critical aspect of ICANN. Nobody jokes with it. So you don't have any leakage, because just about 2 or 3 people get to see the thing before it is administered to the students to write. And after that, we still bring in thousands of people to come and grade and mark the scripts physically. And so facility-wise, it was a big strain, because there's no hotel that can give us 1,000 rooms, as a group. So you have to break them down, and this takes us weeks to be able to do all of this. So with all those challenges and the accountant in us, we now transition to on-screen marking, whereby we have to set our questions, offline. You submit them to us in soft copies, we process them, and we administer the examination physically. But when we are going to grade the script, we no longer bring these people to a central place. They sit in the comfort of their homes, and these scripts are transmitted to them through the cloud. They mark the scripts, and then it just becomes so easy, because human errors are
minimal, eliminated.
Yes, almost 100% eliminated.
What a transformative innovation. On this note, we have to go on a commercial break. When we return, we will be getting strategies from our guests on how boarding professionals can rise from the scratch to the summit of their careers. Stay tuned.
My name is Roma Daniels. This is Achievement Channel. Please keep watching Achievement Channel, the first and only motivational channel in the country. Thanks, man.
My name is Mrs. Imelda Ahunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
At the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art
of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back. So a lot of our viewers are budding professionals who are looking to move to maximize their potentials, if you like. So what are the defining strategies that you can share that some of them can adopt on their way up?
Okay. Well, if you take accounting, for instance, there are different stages. There are what you call the bookkeeping stage, where you write the books and prepare the accounts to a certain point. But that is not. That's what people think accountants do, really. But beyond that, when you say you are an accountant, you go beyond that, and you have to transition from just writing books and keeping books to one of, say, a problem solver. All right. So, for you to be a problem solver, it means you've built enough experience to be to enable you look at some issues, analyze them, find out the root causes if there are some challenges out there, and not just that, you also have to provide solution. So you are not going to be looking at just figures and accounting issues. You are going to be looking at more of the business concepts and what is presented before you, and that is where you have to upskill your skills. One of the ways to upskill your skills is that you have to, improve your business knowledge. Now, business knowledge is wide. For instance, you might be dealing with a production person who is just a technical person in terms of production. You are an accountant, you are not a production person. But the figures that come from there, you are able to analyze and say, this is the impact of your activity from production to the whole organization. The marketing man is there and saying, oh, I have to do this, I have to do advertising, I have to do PR, or I have to go around. But at the end of the day, the figures that he's bringing in tell the story and shows the impact on the organization. So you can explain to that sales and marketing executive that this is the impact that your actions will have on the organization. So you have to upscale your business knowledge for you to be able to interact with people inside and outside. And of course, your end products are being used by people outside, like investors and regulators. They also have to be able to, you have to understand their needs for you to be able to do that. You also have to sharpen your skills. In this age and time, you need a lot of analytical skills for you. Like I said, when a situation is presented before you, you have to have an analytical mind to say, what is this? And then you begin to, analyze it, and then you begin to find out whether there are issues and the effects of all of these issues, and then so you have to upscale your skills. You have to master modern tools because there are a lot of tools that can enable you, look at figures. Some figures are in millions, depending on the type of organization you have. If these are big organizations, their database might be, in millions. For you take a bank like First Bank, their shareholders might be in millions, their customers are in millions, the transactions that transact every day are in millions, and so you cannot do that by just taking their books and looking at it. So you have to have analytical tools that can enable you sift into and query this and bring out some issues that you want to address. Okay, and of course, again, you also have to be able to use a kind of what if situation analysis. You have an organization, they want to buy a plant, you want to know whether Is it better we lease this plant? Is it better for us to buy this plant? Is it better for us to make this plant if we have the capability? And so on and so forth. What are the effects of this on this organization? So you have to have all these skills and you have to continuously improve in them.
It is evident from your story and that success is contagious. And here on Achievement Channel, we indeed believe that success is contagious because the secret of great men are in their stories.
Yes.
Now, as CEO of IE Consulting and then senior partner at Irabo Egudai, you have been rendering solutions to organizations, to big corporates. How can our viewers who are watching right now, what value can people derive from deploying accumulated knowledge in the later part of one's career to continue to add value to both oneself and society?
Well, as you grow more into your profession, you get older, you have more experience, a repertoire of experiences to share. And so a way of, I would say, giving back or even keeping yourself improved, is by mentoring. You could become a mentor to the younger ones. So when you have people who are working, as you grow up, maybe from an officer, you are now a director, you have a lot of managers under you. Now, the way they'll see a problem is different from the way you see it because of your experience. So you begin to mentor them, you begin to teach them, or how to do these things. Another way of doing that is you become more of an advisor to organizations, even to chief executives and people at certain levels, because they rely on, they assume or they know that you have this knowledge, historical knowledge, a repertoire of experience. So when there are issues, they can come to you and you begin to give them some of these advice, and sometimes you are now appointed to boards of organizations. And when you are appointed to board of organizations, you're appointed because of your knowledge and skills and experience to bring to bear in helping the organization. You are not in full management, but you can see what the management is doing when they prepare their report, maybe on a monthly basis, and you have board meetings. So when issues come up, you might have come across such issues and you bring to bear your experience in those areas to be able to help the management or whoever to make that decisions. Also, you can also begin to put down your thoughts either by writing, writing books, writing articles. You could also be engaged in speaking. And like what I'm doing right now, and speaking to people, and potentially some young people will listen and then see how they can grow. Some experienced people will see and they begin to take. So these are some of the ways from which you can really give back and help others to be able to achieve and also sustain yourself. Sustainability. The more you share,
sustainability is key. So you say, while we are at Achievement Channel here, while we're interrogating your story, your background, because we indeed actually interrogate the stories of our guests. I noticed that you have been engaging in continuous learning I see your participation in various international institutes. Even though you're a veteran, what came to my mind is there must be a secret behind these going for continuous learning program and various international organizations. So what is the secret? What can we take home from that?
Continuous learning is invaluable. It's not negotiable if you want to remain at the cutting edge. And actually, in the accounting profession worldwide, continuous learning is a mandatory criteria for you to continue to maintain your membership. So if, as a member of ICANN, and I want to retain my membership and say I'm a chartered accountant, I must attend some courses or training programs And I think the minimum now is 40 credit hours every year.
Wow.
So broken down into structured trainings and unstructured. When you say structured, it could be that you are going to learn a particular, maybe there's a new standard that has come out and they are going to, span 2-3 days. It could be unstructured, like we have an annual dinner.
Okay.
But even in these dinners, somebody will still give a speech and things like that.
Come up.
The good thing about learning, continuous learning now, is becoming easier. In those days, like you said, we have to travel far and wide to be able to access this training. Because as the world became a global village, you found that you have to deal with international people, and you still have to. So you have to understand what they are doing by interacting and going over there. But good thing now with technology and all that, you have various training that can be done online. Online training. So you have a repertoire of avenues from which you can get your training done. So it's not negotiable. It's very critical to maintain your membership. And anybody that does not do it, I'll tell you, one, because of technological advancement, you'll find a technology that comes out today that enables you to do your job, and by tomorrow, it's no longer relevant. There was a time we were using just calculators, and even those calculators had limits. I remember when I was training, the first time we started seeing billion, the calculator could not take billion because there was the transactions there. The biggest transaction, I think, at Jakarta Steel Company was like 5 billion naira.
And then your calculator went off.
So the calculator, so we would do the millions and then add it to the billion, which is. But now, even your phone, you can do trillions of transactions. So you see, the technology advances. So we moved from all of that, we went into computers, then laptops, and then desktops. Now we can even use phones and so on. So you have to continuously learn because technological advancement. There are new regulations that come out. For instance, now we are talking about tax reforms. And it's going to cut across. So whatever you knew about tax before, there is a new one. And these tax reforms come out every year with the Finance Act and the laws that are coming on. So you have to know that, not only know that, but you have to continuously. Regulators come out with it. Even standards, international standards also play a key role in doing our jobs. And so you have to be able to be at the cutting edge of these ones. And also, your skills that you require does not last long anymore. Even if you are an employee, you can't say, oh, I went to school and I studied accounting and I'm a chartered accountant and now I'm working here, so I don't need to upskill myself. Very soon you find that you cannot even do the job anymore because the expectations of even the employers and the owners of the business also change. Regulators change. So you can see
it's
that.
It's a dynamic age, and so you have to dynamize, otherwise you run out of business. So it's very clear that if you do not update your thoughts, you stand the risk of getting outdated.
Of course.
But there's the catchphrase you used. Continuous learning. Is invaluable. It's non-negotiable. I can assure you that we'll make that a vignette here on Achievement Channel. But then you have said a lot. So even your life story itself is a compilation of pieces of advice that one can use to navigate to the pinnacle of one's career. But even in strategies, in secrets, there are hierarchies. What is the most impactful piece you would like to leave our viewers with?
Well, the first thing I want to say to anybody is that you have to master your craft. You must master your craft, otherwise you cannot go anywhere. And how do you master your craft? You have to know it theoretically, practically, continuous learning. You must believe in yourself and don't let anyone define your success, your success goals. It is you that know what you want to do, but you have to determine how you want to achieve. You set that goal for yourself, and then you continuously train yourself. These are the basic things are key things that anybody who wants to be successful in his career will have to do to maintain that advantage.
Thank you very much. I must say it has been very impactful having our time with you, and our viewers at home must have appreciated this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunday, and thank you for everything. And I'm so glad for achievement. I wish you well.
All right. Thank you so much. This brings us to the close of another empowering episode of Career Success. Today, we've had the privilege of drawing from the vast experience and insightful perspectives of John, whose journey exemplifies adaptability, leadership, and a continuous commitment to growth. We hope his story inspires you to approach your own career with strategic intent and a focus on making a meaningful impact. Let's keep this conversation going. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for more career-enhancing content, expert interviews, and success stories. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities to share your career aspirations and connect with our community. Remember to stay driven, remain focused, and always see the possibilities on the Achievement Channel.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corporate, the show that inspires young Nigerians to make the most of their service here and beyond. I'm Ego Tifavor and you're watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is service and self-discovery, finding who you are while helping others. Sometimes, NYSC doesn't just show you what you studied, it shows you who you truly are. Through service, we discover hidden gifts, build empathy, and learn that leadership is influence, not position. Joining me are two amazing young Nigerians whose journey reflects that truth. Abigail Imafidon is a passionate storyteller and creative communicator with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University, where she majored in broadcasting. She's currently serving at the School of Eloquence, refining her public speaking and media presentation skills, and she's passionate about using filmmaking to create stories that inspire and educate. Asimoye Kelly is a digital communication professional skilled in public relations, social media management, and creative design with tools like Canva and WordPress. He is passionate about helping people and brands leverage digital platforms to earn and express their ideas creatively. Today's discussions highlights are how volunteering reveals hidden talents, building empathy and people skills through service, and redefining leadership as influence, not position.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Good morning, Kelly and Abigail.
Hi, Favor.
Welcome to the studio today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. So today, our topic is service and self-discovery. So the first question today is, how do young people serving in Nigeria discover talents and strengths that they didn't even know that they have?
First off, is by volunteering at first. Like NRS is all about volunteering. When you volunteer, it's not a punishment for you. You're kind of like bringing different sides of you that you didn't know you had before. Maybe in school you're just one-sided. I will just focus on my course and everything. But when you volunteer, you're bringing out yourself from out of your like comfort zone. So you're doing things that you never thought of doing before. So yeah.
So, Ms. Abigail, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, to add to what you just said, it said volunteering, Abi. So I feel like you should always want to volunteer. You should not see it as a punishment for you. You should choose to volunteer either by teaching or just like giving a presentation or anything. I'm going to use myself as an example. Before I came to my PPA for my PPA, when I saw that I was posted here and I checked online and I saw what my PPA is all about, I was like, public speaking. I was talking to my friend. I was telling my friend, I'm not really good at public speaking. Although I did mass communication, I majored in broadcasting. Okay. Aside broadcasting, I don't do any other thing. Yeah. So I was like, public speaking is not my forte, or I'm not sure I'm going to do good here. My friend was like, just go. Maybe that's why you were even posted there, so you can work on your public speaking skill. And I can say since I've been here, it's been going really, really well. And working here, like my NYSC in general, has pushed me to do things I would generally not do. So I feel like putting yourself out there and be able to also volunteer and can help you discover your talents and all.
That's a very great input. And what I can get from what both of you said now is just about yourself. If you have the right attitude towards what or where you are being posted to, you will discover. Don't be scared or don't be shy. Don't shy away from where you are being posted to. You might say, this is not what I studied in school. And then you never can tell if where you are being posted to is where you actually supposed to be. Yes, you don't know if you are going to be strong, whatever field that you are given. So that's a very good input. So the second question this morning is, in what ways does serving others build empathy?
Okay. Yes. So to answer that, it's kind of like humbles you when you get to like work with people from different zones, like different beliefs, different backgrounds and stuff. So the empathy comes in when you have like this feeling to help them, to like also like teamwork too as well. Okay. Then also like patience, when you have to take things, like it's not something you rush, something you take slowly. Yes. That's when your patience kind of like builds up too. Then people skills, this is when you're like navigating different cultural backgrounds and stuff. You're working with people that are not from your geopolitical zone and stuff. It's kind of like bringing out those skills of communication to them. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so when you first of all like get into a new organization, you will not like expect everybody to like be like you or think like you. So you should be able to want to learn from others, not also learning. You should also be able to like bring yourself down to the other, because I guarantee you people will annoy you because everybody's not like you. So you'll be able to like work with people despite their differences, despite them not thinking, like you'll be able to like work together in an environment. I think that can also like build empathy, and we should also learn to not like discriminate, be it religion, be it your tribal differences. You should just be able to like want to like come together and work. I think that's
also very nice. I'm going to add to what the both of you have said, and I'm going to come under the aspect of you being an employee. Okay. Yes, when you're an employee, you have somebody above you. Your boss is above you, and sometimes your bosses might do things to push you out of your comfort zone, or like make you work extra, or say things to you, or you know how bosses normally do. So what I also want to say is that it's shaping you. You understand, whether good or bad, it's actually shaping you. Any experience you have in a formal workplace is actually shaping you towards, because you're also going to learn from it. Maybe one day you're also going to become a boss. And you also have employees, right? And when you have employees, things you're supposed to tell them, things you're not supposed to tell them, because when it was your turn, when your bosses told you these things, you didn't like them, or you liked them, or it made you sit up. So when you're working in a formal environment. You know, most of us, we are serving, and it's the first time that we are actually working like in a formal place. So we don't really understand most of these things. But when we start working, we start seeing how things unfold, yes, in the corporate world.
Yeah.
And it just teaches us more on how to treat people, whether your employers, whether your employees later on in life, or just anybody around you,
or your colleagues.
Yes, your colleagues.
Yeah.
And you learn how to relate more with people. Yes, so that's just it. So thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
Right now, we're going on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue our discussion. Please stay tuned.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
For 2 decades, the School of Eloquence has shaped voices, trained leaders, and built confidence in Nigerians across every walk of life. Now, as we celebrate 20 years, we are daring the impossible. A Guinness World Record attempt. 20 days of eloquence. A continuous speaking marathon. Voices united, carrying Nigeria's message of courage, clarity, and possibility to the world. We invite you to join us as a founding patron, as a partner, as a voice. Together, we will not just break a record, we will create a legacy. 20 years. 20 days. One school. One voice. One legacy. One nation. History will remember the voices that dared. Will yours be one of them?
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back to Corpuscan. Before we went on a break, we were discussing service and self-discovery. So Abigail and Kelly, thank you for staying with us. The next question will be, how has NYSC changed your leadership, your idea of leadership, especially seeing leadership as influence and not position or title?
Okay, so during your NYSC year, not just in your PPA, in your local government too, there are some positions being given to some corpers. I think the CLO, that's your core liaison officer. For your CDS, we have different, we have the presidents, the PRO for different CDS. So I think that can also help in like shaping our beliefs, or because once you are given a position, that means you are in charge of other people. So you have to, because it's whatever step you take, that's what they're going to like follow. So you have to be responsible and all. Even in your PPA, they might give you a position where you have no idea of something you've not like done before. So that position itself should help you like it should help you push yourself to want to do better, to want to be a better person, because you have other people, let's say per se, you have other people like looking up to you, so you want to be responsible and all.
Okay, so before now, we also like leadership, we consider leadership as just being in charge, which is not true.
Yes.
People think that it's just like she said, like NYSC, I think it's just by wearing your CDS jacket and just backing others, but that's not true. You have to be influential. Right now, I hold the position of PRO for my medical, that's Public Relations Officer. So why was I picked? It wasn't because of just my words or just being there, but because of my actions actually, because I was able to influence people, I was able to inspire people to, through my right attitude and everything. That's why I was picked. So leadership is more like an influence, not just by holding titles. It's more like drop your ego, man. It's leadership. You're trying to lead people, you're inspiring people. So it's more like your impact, not your attention, not the attention that people like you give people, like getting noticed and stuff. So,
yes, thank you very much. Most people have this mindset that a leader is someone who is supposed to be, above every other person. It's only him or her that has a say over every other person. But that's not true. That's not the actual meaning of being a leader. Is because you are serving people. When you're a leader, you are serving. You're not just their boss and just staying on top. So that's what people have to learn and just unlearn. That leadership is not about titles or being bougie, all those kind of things. That's not what leadership is. Or even in your PPA, I feel is helping NYSC members, like young youth group, because in your PPA, you might be in charge, your boss might put you in charge of a project or something. And you find out that even when you are trying to gather other people that are under you, you do more of the job. Yes. Because you are the leader. And it's when you do them, they are seeing what you are doing and they are following you. You understand? It's just like, let me use this ideology, just like an elder sister or an elder sibling in the family. Whatever the elder sibling does, that's what the younger ones see, and they emulate and they follow. Imagine that you are the leader and then they put you in charge of something. And no, mostly the mindset will be, I'm the leader, let them just do it. Yes. And if I just do it like that, they might not know what to do. People that are under you, people that are following you, might not know what to do. But when you start the pace, they say, okay, this is how to do it, this is how not to do it. So that's just the idea of NYSC. They post you to different places, and then for you to learn how things actually is in the real world. So when you are on a project and then they put you in charge of something, you have to push yourself. You understand? It might not be, it's not easy. Being a leader is not easy. Yes. You have to definitely push yourself to, and most times, most people that we are trying to show an example, most people that are under us, people that are trying to lead, most of them might just, it's not everybody that even wants someone to lead them. You understand? So it's most times can be frustrating. So just being a leader is having, patience. Yes, you should have patience, and you should also have the will to do. Yes, whatever that you are saying. So that's just. So the next question is: can service help a young person understand themselves better, their values, their passions, and the kind of future they want?
Yes, I think it can. In the aspect that this NYSCA, I think it was designed for like different people that have different beliefs to go to other people's states to gather knowledge. So at first, let's say I'm an indigene of Edo State, and I'm being sent to, let's say I'm sent to Anambra. It's at first it might not be easy because it's somewhere I'm not familiar with. Let's also talk about maybe language barrier. Like there are different challenges that comes with this NYSCA, but you being able to overcome them step by step. It's not going to be easy at first, but as time goes on, you'll be able to overcome those challenges. It might help you build yourself. You having to leave your comfort zone, and going to another place to go serve. That's also a very big challenge. But you going there and being able to prosper in whatever you are going to go and do there, I think that will help you build yourself and all of that.
Okay, so service is that's like the absolute mirror for self-discovery. Take me for example right now. Currently in my PPA, which is my primary place of assignments, I did English in school. I have a degree in English, but right now in my PPA, I'm currently working in the tech space. I've been able to discover myself through digital ways of handling the websites that I'm doing, which was the HTML, the Canva, different things. So how have I been able to do this? It's because of my right attitude towards. I wanted to pick up another skill. I didn't just want to have English as a degree. That time when I was studying English, people were always asking me, what am I using English to do? Where can I work? But there was this thing that still sticks in my head that my HOD told me. With English, you can work anywhere, which is true. Right now, what am I doing? Exactly, I'm doing tech things, I'm coding. Which right now, anytime people ask me what am I exactly doing in my PA, and I tell them I'm coding, and they're always shocked. That website, how English website, how does he colorate? It doesn't. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I feel the NYSC is actually helping in that aspect of helping young Nigerians discover what they really want or who they really want to be in future. Because you might study one thing in school and then you are serving in a different place where you didn't even imagine that you were ever going to be posted there. And then you find out that, I like this thing. I like what I'm doing. I like where I'm being posted to. and then you change. Some people be like, that means you're going to waste your degree or something. No, it's about what you want. And are you happy doing what you want? Yes. It's not about, okay, you might read a course in school and then they post you to what you actually, like a PPA for where you actually read whatever you read in university. But you're not feeling it. Yes. Let me use that word. You're not happy. You're not happy working there. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then they post you somewhere else. You didn't study whatever they posted, yes. And then you're happy doing it. And you see yourself, you never imagine that, this thing is ever going to make you happy, or see yourself thriving better in that aspect. And you say, this is exactly what I want to do. This is exactly what I want to do in the future. Or this is who I want to be. Yes, this is who I want to be. So the NYSC actually helps that, because you discover. Or even, it can also be vice versa. They post you to where you don't want to say, this is not what I want to do. You know exactly what you want, and this is not what I want. Maybe after the service year, I will now go back to what I want, or venture into what I want. So it helps you weigh your options. Yes, so that's just it. So thank you very much, Abigail and Kelly.
Thank you
for coming today. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. We are looking forward to seeing you next time. Thank you so much.
This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a great conversation. Service isn't just about giving, it's about growing. Thank you, Abigail and Kelly, for sharing your stories. And to everyone watching, remember, every act of service is a step towards discovering your purpose. I'm Ego Tifavo, and this is Copper Scan on the Achievement Channel. Follow us on Instagram at Achievement Channel for more inspiring content. Till next time, keep serving, keep growing, and keep shining. Copper Scan.
This is Corporate rising to serve, rising to lead.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Welcome to another inspiring episode of Style to Success, the show where creativity meets purpose and passion leads to achievements. Today, we have a truly dynamic guest, Oluwagbemiga Ninola, a Lagos-based creative director, photographer, and tech enthusiast whose lens captures modern moments. It tells stories. As the founder of December Media, Oluwagbemiga has documented over 500 events across Nigeria and continues to bridge the worlds of art and technology, inspiring a new generation of visual storytellers. Oluwagbemiga, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you very much for having me.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So, Gbenga, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you very much.
And I really appreciate you making our time to come to the show.
You're welcome.
I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of young creatives, especially the ones in photography, would learn a lot from, the conversation that I would have with you.
I believe so.
So let me start with this question. Your journey, beautifully merges art, technology, and storytelling. So how would you describe your personal style, and how has it shaped your path to success?
Well, my style has been that of a documentary storytelling, and I also lace it with a bit of emotional realism, so that it's not just bland. You understand me? So I make it in such a way that even if you are not at that project site where that project is being made, and you're just watching, like, let me take for example, when I document a wedding story and you are looking at it, I make it in such a way that even if you are not there, you just mere checking, going through the pictures and all that, you can feel it, you can feel the story. Yes. You can understand it to be as if you are actually there when the story was being made. So, and I try to show emotions, and it has really.
So it simply means that the way you tell your story is really deep. Like you are very pragmatic about sharing the story, so that whoever is seeing what has been documented can actually feel the reality of what you have put together.
Exactly.
No, that's an amazing one.
Yeah.
Well done.
Sure.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Good one. So let's move to the next one. Every creative phase, defining moments. As someone that is a practitioner in the creative industry, you have defining, moments. So what was a turning point in your career that taught you the true meaning of success, beyond recognition or profit?
Well, I would say the fact that I have become a relevant force in the lives of my clients has really been the defining moment for me. Take for example, I have people have been part of their lives since I started documenting. I documented their wedding, I documented the pregnancy process, I documented the naming ceremony, and over the years, it's more like the relationship has evolved beyond that of a client, a customer relationship. It has become a family affair. So it's a defining moment for me actually, and it has made me realize that it's beyond just profit and fame. It's
good one. Very good one, Bigger. So I know what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say here is that, beyond doing business, transacting business with clients, definitely. You try to build a relationship that transcends just doing business.
Yes,
so which is a very good one. I think it's something most entrepreneurs need to embrace.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you need to just see your clients as not just business partner or just doing business with them. You have to those things that
and especially for people who are into the lifestyle kind of storytelling. Now, if you document lifestyle, then you have to evolve beyond just doing your job and all that. You have to have a strong relationship with your clients, and this goes a very, very long way. I met a client of mine about 2 weeks ago at an event, and he just came to meet me. I saw him. I was happy. I hugged him. I was like, next year will be our 10th year anniversary. I was like, wow, so fast. I documented their wedding. I documented their first child dedication, second child. I've been a part of every event going on in their family. So moments like that have been very, very dear to me, and it has also formed a part of defining moments for me. And it has made me realize that this job is much more than just making profits. You make friends, you develop bonds, you create relationships. I remember when I came to Lagos, I didn't know anybody, but today I have lots and lots and lots of clients, and it's from one person to another, and that's really, really shaped my passion for the job.
That's a great one. That's a great one. I love the fact that you could tell that story, because I can imagine how it feels when you run into a client that you've been part of their story for years. Yes. And they can make reference to it, so it's a good feeling. You're so well done. Well done. Great one. Well done. I love that. That makes a whole lot of sense. So I'll move to the next one. And what I want to say is that, December Media is one. I know how passionate you are about your brand, which is December Media. Yeah. It has become a recognized brand for visual, storytelling. So what core values or principles drive your creative process and business decisions?
Well, at December Media, our heartbeat is passion and creativity. For every project we embark on, we put in all our best. So it's not just all about just delivering the project. The passion is there. I'm passionate about my work. Every project I've embarked on, I put in all my best. I encourage every creative working with me on every project to put in all their best to deliver. And integrity is also a watchword for me. I'm always in character. My moral character is never in doubt. So beyond just delivering the project too, I also have to show character. Integrity is my watchword, so I don't fail in that.
That's key. Yeah. For every creative or for every entrepreneur, integrity should be a watchword.
Definitely.
Which is something good, and I love the fact that you have embraced that. You have made that part of your brand.
Sure.
Integrity is key. Because your clients need to have a high level of trust in you,
of course,
and to be able to have, this respect for you. They should be able to believe that if they are referring you to, another client, that they are safe and their name will be, well protected. So yes. It's a good one. It's a good one. Well done. Well done. So let's move on to the next one. We are in an age and time where technology is transforming creativity, and I'm sure you know that the advent of social media, AI and likes of them. So a whole lot of things are happening in that space, due to technological advancement. So in this age, how do you stay authentic and ensure your work still connects emotionally with people? I know you've mentioned something like that before. But I just want you to give an insight into how you have been able to stay authentic and still do your thing, despite the fact that, we now have people that can create images, can do this with AI, can do that way. So we just like to hear from you.
So for me, technology is just a tool. Even though it's a very powerful tool, but it will always remain a tool. So it now depends on who is using it. And for me personally, I've used it to the best of to create something very, very significant in all my projects, and I try not to remove the human touch from it. So when you are going through my projects, you still feel the humanity in it. So it's not just art. So, for example, if I'm documenting your wedding and I am infusing a lot of AI, and you are seeing the project and you can't even recognize yourself, that human touch is still there. The emotions are not lost in the project. So, I try as much as possible to use those tools to my advantage and not to be too excessive. I think you understand what I mean.
I get what you're saying.
So.
It's important to what you're trying to say is important to put those tools in make use of these tools,
in proper
utilize it. Yes, it's fine. But you don't just want to lose touch with reality while you are trying to project your images, which is actually important. And I'm really glad to hear that from you, because if we keep doing this, real values may go into extinction.
I'm telling you,
we need to still know that these are the values.
That's a project you see, and you just don't understand that you can't differentiate if they're actually a work of art or if this is actually real. And I think that's technology taken too far. So there should be a balance, between the human touch and the use of technology too. So that's my take, actually.
So viewers, you have it there. Excessive use of technology could actually hinder or could deter originality. It could serve as a deterrent to producing original content. So that's a good one from Oluwagbemiga. We'll take this very short commercial break, and when we are back, we would hear more from him. Please stay tuned.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, syndicative.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
So to our esteemed viewers, you're welcome back to Style to Success. We still have Oluwagbemiga Ninola, on the show. He's a creative director and a photographer par excellence. And he's been sharing some insights on, his advent or his experiences, in the creative industry. So would log down to him now and hear more from him. Benga, you're welcome back.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next question. And this question is very important because you're talking about collaboration. I'm sure you know that collaboration is like the order of the day when you're talking about the creative industry and social media generally. So talking about collaboration often sparks innovation. That is an established fact that we know. So how do you approach working with other artists or brands while maintaining your unique creative voice?
Thank you very much for that question. Well, personally, I always believe that two heads are better than one. So you can't do everything alone. So, and the beauty of it is that you can, beauty of collaboration is that you can bring your own vision and marry it with other people's vision. So for me, I have close people who I work hand in hand with, close friends, colleagues, people who I have trained, people who have worked with me over the years. And I don't have this landlord mentality when it comes to my work. I always want to listen to other people's advice too. So sometimes I bring people on board. Come, let's do this thing together. What do you feel? What do you feel? And even when I have projects and I go to the field and I have my guys, other creatives working with me, I don't lord my ideas all over them. I still engage them. What do you feel about these things? What do you feel? So that they too can bring their own artistic direction to the project and make it a worthwhile one. I remember some weeks ago I had a job. So it was more like a personal shoot for a very big client of mine. So I didn't know there was another photographer there. And when I got there, I met another guy there and I was meeting him for the first time. We exchanged pleasantries and we started working. He was doing his own thing and I was doing my own thing. But at the time, we had to come together and be like, Uncle, what channel are you shooting? I said, I'm shooting on this channel. I'm shooting on this channel. Let's merge it together. And at the end of the day, we achieved excellent output. Output. So collaboration is always good. I don't see competition when it comes to collaboration. I see result. I'm always result oriented. So for me, collaboration is key. You can't do it all alone. You don't have all the ideas all alone. So by the time you add other people's ideas to your own, the goal is to have a fantastic result. And for me, that is all I just want to achieve.
Well done. Yes. Thank you. I think it's a good one to embrace collaboration.
Definitely.
It's a good one. And it's even an advantage to you because sometimes you're collaborating with people. It helps you to learn new things and it helps you to bring out a better output. Well done. Well done with that. So we move on to the next one. And this has to do with creatives. Many creatives struggle with balancing, artistic integrity and commercial viability. So how do you navigate that tension in your project?
Well, for me, I'll say clarity of purpose. If you know what